Yo, what's up everybody? Today we're going to be doing some more of the Umineko playthrough, and yeah, I'm really quite excited for today because obviously we've got all of the chaos about, you know, the whole dead body situation and what's going to happen regarding people's reactions. Erika, we cannot forget about her, and yeah, as you can see here, Steam did a funny, forgot to save, so yeah, I've just had to skip and, you know, go over everything we've done last time. So, yeah, we're a few lines ahead, but it's not really that big of a deal. But, yeah, it's going to be really quite exciting just to see, you know, everything that's going to happen regarding not only, you know, the dead body situation, but also regarding Erika. And I really do wonder how her desire to actually investigate and prove her intellect is going to make it so that, you know, everybody's life is not only as hard as possible, but also as awful as possible. Let's be honest here. This is going to be a really, really deadly thing. Just, you know, the morality. No, not the morality. Just, well, not the morality, but the general morale of these people. And, yeah. It's going to be really quite interesting to see, how everything's going to progress. So, yeah, let's get into this. Right. Even Genji-san, 5 people have been killed. Yep. But the only thing is we don't even know whether 5 or 6 have been killed. Because obviously Kraus is being held, you know, by... Hang on a second. That is actually a really good question. Who is Kraus actually being held by? It is really interesting to think that there are so many situations where you could only prove the fact that the witch is the culprit. I mean, how is Battler going to argue against the witch being the culprit for Lambda, I wonder? Sorry, for, Kraus even, and him being held hostage. Like, who would be doing it? And it's just really interesting to think if he has to come to a definitive conclusion, who he would blame. Even Genji-san, 5 people have been killed. Yes, and it was so horrible. Oh, yeah, seriously. Yeah. My God. I will never forget the really, really nightmarish theme that we had. You know, that remix of Organ Short in C600 million, I think it is. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but something along those lines. It was exactly the same as the 4 in the guest house. The neck was sliced open with a terribly sharp... Yeah, definitely. Yeah, to think that even though I had the midnight shift... Oh my God, yeah, definitely. I didn't notice anyone suspicious. Exactly, though. This is because of the fact that whoever the killer is, they are really, really good at their job. Don't blame yourself. If you bumped into the culprit... Oh, yeah, seriously. Yeah, you might be the one dead tonight, right now. Oh, yeah. No way. The phone's connecting. Why would they do that? That's just too easy. On top of that, the phone's not even connecting. No, they're stuck there. I doubt any boats will come in this weather. This is serious. Yeah. I don't disagree whatsoever, and that makes it very likely the culprit's still nearby. God, she's totally lost it in terms of panic. Then what? Yep, sadly it does. Isn't it just genuinely horrible to think that, you know, these people are so unknowingly heading towards their death? It's just really, really surprising to think how much actually happens in a day in Umineko. You know, the fact that an entire story takes place in one day. The day is so filled with action, and no matter what happens, it always ends with everyone dying. Apart from episode 3, obviously, but you get what I mean. Does that mean we'll be trapped here with a murderer until the typhoon passes and the boat comes? It'll be okay. Oh, you would have thought so. It'll be okay. If we all stay together like this, even the culprit won't be able to lay a finger on us. Just look at episode 4 in the dining hall. Oh my God, yeah. Jesus, that is so absurdly tough for her. Holy fuck. Yeah, even Jessica. Yeah, I can't believe it. We won't let ourselves be killed. Yeah. Oh, avenge George. And this is why this story is going to be filled with paranoia. Yeah. And obviously revenge. Yeah, I won't let them get away. Look at episode 3. Look at how Eva reacted. You know. Fair enough, yeah, no matter who the culprit is or what their reason was. I won't let the one who killed George get away. Yeah, that's fully understandable. God, I'll kill them. God damn. God, yeah. I love this breakcore like beat in the background and the percussion. Well, not really breakcore, but edgy DNB. If you know what it is, you know what it is. Yeah, that is understandable. Yeah. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Oh my god. Okay, everyone, are you done crying? Yeah, silence. This is just like a school teacher, but on another level of weird. What the fuck? Oh, yeah. Oh, has anyone seen Kraus-san yet? We've been calling him for a while, but he hasn't answered. Yeah, exactly, he can't answer. Whatever's happening with him, he is being really, really threatened. Yeah, could the receiver be off the hook? No, we could hear it ringing. Yeah, definitely, yeah, there's no way he didn't hear it. No, but the only thing is he is totally restrained. I just want to get an exact detail, because I don't remember. Like, what is the exact detail of how he is restrained? I just want to, oh, please don't take forever. Oh, for fuck's sake. Come on. Oh, I can read a line. Oh, God. What does it mean? Well, this is the thing. That is the understandable conclusion, but obviously that's not the case whatsoever, which really, really surprising. Which really is surprising to me. Figures. This is a really good theme, by the way. I hate to say it at a time like this, but there were 4 in the guest house, plus Genji to make 5. Yeah, I figured there would be one more, because obviously it's killing in the style of the epitaph. Yeah, why? Oh no, this is the thing. And this is where things start to get tricky. If Kiria doesn't explain herself, how could you know that? Are you the culprit? Yeah, did you kill Josh? No, this is the really, really bad thing, because obviously she is in such a state of ridiculously... I mean, obviously, she is in a state of horrible, horrible stress. I don't even want to imagine what she must be feeling, but yeah, the thing that's really, really scary is, you know, this is going to make it so that this investigation is so much harder, because we're just going to have ridiculous suspecting of everyone because of the fact that people need a means of, you know, blaming somebody, really, and getting their anger out. So what is actually happening to Kraus? Alright, so he's in perfect health, but his eyes and ears are covered. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's weird. No, I genuinely wonder where Kraus actually is, though. That is odd, the fact that he is actually restrained. Yeah, stop it, Eva-san. No, seriously, but at the same time, this is something she needs. It's a necessity to her because of the fact that, you know, she's so grief-stricken. Now is not the time. If I got agitated and grabbed at Kiria, Jesus Christ. Yeah, Nanjo stepped in between them and it grew into a bit of a scuffle. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, watching this. Oh, you bastard. Well, teacher, I think you're going to have to do a little bit more to get silence in the classroom. Watching this, Erika smiled and condescendingly shrugged. Of course. Yeah. I just find it really, really interesting that Erika doesn't even care about the fact that these people are totally grieving. It's just like, you know, you've done your crying, now you can fuck off. There's no room to actually... There's no room to grieve for your kid. I mean, what kind of messed up logic is that? Of course, it's natural you guess that there were 6 victims after seeing the crime scene in the guest house. Yeah, definitely, yeah. There are only 4 corpses, so it would make you wonder who the other 2 were. How could you know such a thing? Oh, that is interesting. Yeah, how, you killed them. No, it's just intuition. Oh, God, you killed George. Quit it, Eva. Erika-chan, Kiria-san. But yeah, oh, I think Hideyoshi's doing a good thing. Yeah, how can you know that? Can't you think before you talk? Yeah, and I do find it really interesting that Kiria and Erika, they are kind of two sides of the same, two sides of the same coin, really, because they are really quite similar in terms of how they use their intellect to solve situations, but at the same time, firstly, obviously one's a lot better, i.e. Erika, and also, one knows human respect, i.e. Kirie. Yeah, but it is really interesting to think that, obviously, how do these people know this? And secondly, obviously without thinking about it, it's just really, really weird that these people know it, and it does look a little bit bad. Obviously, if you're not in the headspace to think, then you may draw some really wrong conclusions from that knowledge that they have. Yeah, it's just really quite funny that Hideyoshi is making it so that it seems as if, you know, they're just saying baseless bullshit. It's a simple connection to make. Yeah, definitely, yeah. They want people to make it seem as if a witch has killed these people. Yeah, the scribble drawn at the scene of the crime in the guest house was a magic circle. Yeah. I just try to think of things connected to both magic and murders. So it's the epitaph, huh? Yep. I see. Yep. It's the first Twilight. I do find it really interesting that in episode 1 they weren't able to make this connection whatsoever, but the more the games have actually progressed, the more they've actually been able to make the connection about the fact that the epitaph has an involvement. It's interesting, that. Huh? What's going on? Yeah. Well, I don't have a clue either. Fair enough, yeah. Is that how it is? Damn witch. Seriously, I know. Yeah, it's interesting that... Oh, this is interesting. So is this really Beatrice-sama's doing? Well, this is the thing. I mean, they do. Yeah, why do you keep talking? Why do you all keep on talking as if you know something? I don't have a clue. Someone explain. I told you, Eva, calm down a bit. Oh yeah, she's without words as well. That's how it is. Ever since I saw the magic circle at that crime scene, I imagine that this might be a plot line murder following the epitaph's first Twilight, which would mean there were 6 victims. Yeah. Simply by the existence of the magic circle in that place. Yeah, this level of reasoning is possible for Fururo Erika. What do you think, everyone? I find it really, really interesting that Erika has... It is so obvious that she really, really has ego. Let's be honest here. I mean, my god. I mean, I get that this is the case, but at the same time, it's just really, really interesting how by, you know... I mean, she does have an ability of reasoning, but at the same time, she really thinks that... She just thinks as if all the time people are going to be there to constantly praise her, but that's not the case whatsoever, because obviously at this moment in time these people are bereaved and they have literally lost relatives. Why are they going to care about the fact that her intellect is really good? Like, they won't. Seriously, they won't. Yeah, that's the worst thing. I mean, obviously these people are going to assume this. Yes, one called Kraus was also killed. But yeah, exactly. I think that is a very good thing to assume. Yeah, we can't be sure of that. Seriously? Kraus-san isn't the only person who hasn't come here, right? There's one more. Kinzo! Oh, boy. Oh, yeah, for just an instant, Natsuhi's brow furrowed. So she hadn't been able to avoid the topic of the study after all. Yeah, exactly. But the only thing that's really, really good is now she can pass the death of Kinzo as something that has actually happened in the murders. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't mean that. No, but the only thing that's really, really good about this is Natsuhi can totally use this to her advantage. Hey, someone must have contacted the study, right? Even if it wasn't this present day, you wouldn't have got a response. That's the funny thing. Of course we called and even knocked on the door. Yeah. But there was no answer. Oh, that's a bad move. That is a really bad move. Father is immersing himself in his research. But the only thing is, the thing that I find really, really good about this is it's easy to actually, you know, infer that Natsuhi is saying this just because of the fact that she doesn't actually want anyone to believe, and she doesn't want herself to believe the fact that Kinzo is actually somebody who is, you know, potentially dead. Yeah, so I think it's really, really good that it makes her sound desperate, and it doesn't really, really make her sound as if she's lying. She's desperate to obviously cling on to the idea of Kinzo being alive, rather than desperate about the idea to hide what she has done with Kinzo's body. And, you know, the secret that she's actually been keeping for really quite a long time. Father is immersing himself in this research. He sometimes leaves the receiver off the hook because he doesn't want to be called. Yeah, it's interesting that, and even ignores any knocking. Yeah, but the phone was ringing. Yeah, that is interesting. Oh, you idiot, Natsuhi. If I was Natsuhi, I would have tried to pass this off as something that has actually happened within the epitaph. I mean, to be fair, obviously I would have done this because of the fact that we know that Kraus is not dead, but at the same time, obviously, these people don't know any differently, so it could seem as if there are 7 murders, and one of them is done with an inconsistency. Anyway. Yeah, that's actually a really quite smart move. Yeah, let's first check to see that my husband's safe. Yeah, let's go to his room. That's going to be really interesting. What are we going to find? Natsuhi stood up in a flurry and dashed out into the corridor. Yeah. Get out of there. Make it so that nobody can actually make it so that they'd potentially suspect what she has been doing. Rudolph and the others immediately chased after her, telling her to wait. Come on, let's all go together. Ironic that, yeah. In both third-rate mysteries and third-rate horrors, people who act alone tend to die first. That is interesting. I really get the impression that Erika is a person who really, really likes mystery and horror-related stories. So much so that she basically bases her entire hobbies and, you know, way of thinking around... Yeah, around them. It's interesting that. Beltor really is third-rate. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I see this. And it really applies to what we've seen beforehand. I love that. Natsuhi stood up in a flurry. Jesus Christ. Somebody's been going to McDonald's. Oh, but in third-rate disaster movies and third-rate action movies, people who act alone do survive, right? Weird. Ah, yeah, that's interesting. No, but the only thing is, obviously, these do have the themes of disaster and action, definitely, but at the same time, I don't really think, like, what could you say the primary theme of Umineko actually is? I mean, is it disaster? Because obviously all of the things that happen to people in Dock Genjima and all of the immense inhumanity and, you know, cruelty in general, or could you say it's the mystery solving? I feel like the mystery element of it is bigger than the disaster element of it. I feel like Higurashi had probably the biggest, you know, element of disaster in its theming, really. But to be fair, you can't really say one thing is the biggest theme. It's really, really hard to do so because there are so many things that you could say is the biggest. And it's completely subjective as to, you know, what you think is the biggest theme as well. Yeah, that's actually quite ironic. So is this going to be some sort of action movie? Or is it going to be, or is it going to potentially be the, you know, third-rate mystery or horror? And that's actually really quite interesting. So now we're seeing Beatrice in the actual game. Yeah, so even though the epitaph has already been solved. That's fucking weird. Yeah, I don't disagree that this game is really, really odd. So, hang on a second, so now, the fact that Beatrice isn't actually behind this, you know, as she said, farce, could potentially be indicative of the fact that, you know, people inside, you know, the game board have actually done the murders. It could potentially be one of the 18. Well, one of the 17. We know Erika's innocent, but still. That is really weird. No way. No way. He is Lady Lambda Delta. It may be the work of this man from 19 years ago, who was thought to be Lady Lambda Delta's piece. Agreed, yeah. I guess that can't be true. Oh yeah, that is understandable. Yeah, in the games up until now, Berto has already stated that Kinzo has vanished. The meaning that yeah, meaning that no more than 17 people exist and no 18th person exists. Yeah. Now that Erika has been added, it's been stated that no 19th person existed. Yeah. Yeah, there's no room for this man from 19 years ago to appear on the island. That's the weirdest thing. That could actually be reasonable to think. Yeah, so the man from 19 years ago is disguised as one of the existing humans. Or else. Even if a 19... Seriously? Yeah, even if a 19th person isn't permitted by the red, slipping in a 19th person is no trouble for me. No trouble with... That really surprises me. What? Oh, yeah, definitely, they should. It's just really, really interesting to see the old Beatrice, and Umineko is such a twisted tale in terms of its, you know, events, because obviously we have two concurrent stories regarding, you know, the inside of the game board and the outside of the game board happening simultaneously, so it's just really, really odd just seeing Beatrice and how she compares in both stories. Now it's getting interesting. Why don't we watch this a little longer? Still, those two witches. Oh yeah. Yeah, I finally started to do whatever they please with my game board, haven't they? Didn't you know that would happen when you invited them? As a witch, I have the same dislike for boredom as they do. Yeah, even the unexpected brings the kind of joy of which expects. Fair, yeah. Very well, bring it on. It's great that you're so eager, but things have taken a nasty turn. Get it? Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Indeed. Fair enough. Yeah, perhaps this isn't the best time to wait and see what happens next. I know that. Agreed, yeah, definitely. The only thing that's really, really bad is the fact that Kinzo has actually been dead, and he could potentially be discovered to be dead as well. It will put suspicion on Natsuhi. I know that. At this rate, Kinzo's existence will become an issue once again. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Because of the fact that they have a desire to see whether Kinzo's alive or not, and have a denial to think that he was killed by a witch, they're probably going to have stronger anti-magic toxins. And that will kill the barrier. That isn't all. Things are going to get even worse. See? Move 1. Move 2. Move 3. And then you're cornered. Yeah, that's interesting. And that really, really ties into what we actually saw at the beginning of the story. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because obviously Kraus has been disappeared, Kinzo is dead, and, you know, we've obviously been yet to discover that, and also the fact that, she wasn't actually there as well when her and Kraus were there, she wasn't actually there, so you could think that maybe Kraus has been, I don't know, restrained or locked up or something weird has actually happened to him then, because of Natsuhi, and you could also think that Natsuhi could potentially have the opportunity to kill the people in the guest house. It is really interesting to think that because of the fact that Beatrice has, you know, such a ridiculous hatred for boredom, she will literally make it so that she does absolutely awful commitments. You know, just so that she can make it so that as many people have alleviated boredom as possible, really. It just surprises me, you know, how far she would be willing to go just to make it so that people aren't bored. It's really quite something. Ooh, Cat whispers something into Peltor's ear. Ooh, Peltor's mouth slowly widened into a grin. Erika bringing everyone together is actually convenient for us. All darkness outside the range of observers belongs to us demons. This might be the only time to make that move. God, I really wonder which move they're actually going to make. Yeah, Natsuhi is the king. She cannot move far, but we cannot allow for her to be taken. Let's take the initiative. If we slip up here, Natsuhi will be cornered. Gap, can I count on you? Of course. I'll blow a hole through closed room tricks, alibis and mysteries alike. Leave it to me, I'll handle it. I like that animation. Yeah, Gap was swallowed up, along with the chair she sat in. The chair as well! Oh my god, you know stuff is serious when, you know, not only Gap... I mean, my god, this is just laziness with another level added onto it. I mean, my god, you can't even be bothered to get out of your chair before you get swallowed up into another dimension. Gat was swallowed up, along with the chair she sat in, into a pitch black hole that opened on the floor and then disappeared. Yeah, I like that, yeah. After that, a hole opened on the ceiling and spat just the chair out, returning the place to the way it had been. Now, that is really, really interesting. I do wonder what's actually going to happen regarding, you know, Gap. What is she going to do that is going to help the game flow? That is really interesting. I do wonder what they are actually going to do. And it is interesting that whatever this move is, Erika bringing everyone together is what's convenient. It just really quite surprises me. Like, what is going to actually be teleported that is going to make it so that everyone being together is, you know, going to be a thing that's beneficial? Like, you would have thought, well, it obviously tells us that no person is going to suddenly disappear. Now, I really do wonder if they're actually making it so that Kraus is teleported. Now, my basis for this is because of the fact that Natsuhi will look really suspicious. If she's then had somebody who's been, you know, really, who will really affect her from having died, then could it potentially alleviate, or having been in a risk of dying, could it potentially alleviate some sort of suspicion on her? I wonder. Or maybe, well, due to her bereaved reaction, but, you know, obviously it could have the other effect, the opposite effect, who knows? I see. Yeah, seriously, I don't disagree. Yet against Lady Lambda Delta, even I am nothing more than a mere piece. So in the early game, I must worry more about expansion than losing or taking pieces. I'm just no match for that person. Yeah, that's interesting. I really do wonder if she actually is remembering about Erika as well. Yeah, I'm just no match for that person. I won't let her do that. Natsuhi is the final master I will serve. Know that this is a piece you'll never be allowed to take, so long as she has a contract with me, Beatrice. I wonder if Lambda's actually we're going to have a Lambda reaction. Oh no, we're not. Oh, we are! Right, good, this is going to be really quite something. So, Kraus's room was empty. The bed was too. What? Oh, that is weird. Yeah, the bed was too, but massive blood stains similar to the other crime scenes remained. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. That is really, really odd, because obviously, you know, there has been a literal claim from the 19th person, i.e. Lambda, that Kraus has been alive, but at the same time, maybe it could be the case that this is just a total deception from Lambda so that Natsuhi can be tricked into thinking that, you know, Kraus is alive, open the door to Kraus's room, realise that there's been not only a murder, but a moved body. I mean, it's just really interesting that no matter what happens, it's going to look as bad on Natsuhi as possible, but there was no corpse. Nope. Then he isn't dead. To be fair, you can't prove it. Maybe not. Gotta laugh. Yeah, I do wonder. You can't prove whether he is dead or whether he is not. God, this is Kraus's room. Wow. Don't think I've ever seen this before. What's going on? Yeah, where's Nissan? Yep, it would be very reasonable to think that he is dead, but at the same time, you can't necessarily prove it. It is interesting to think that Lambda may be deceiving Natsuhi, though, judging by this bloodstained bed. Yeah, definitely, yeah. But the only thing that's really odd is, where is his body? Could it be some sort of move like Beatrice made in Turn of the Golden Witch, where Kanon was he had just totally turned rabid and had woken up and, you know, all of his dignity had been shattered? Could it be something like that, I wonder? Judging by this blood-stained bed, I don't like to think about it, but we should probably assume that he was killed and had his neck cut open, just like the people in the guest house. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Probably. Yeah. Yeah, judging by the amount of blood loss, it's hard to imagine that he's okay. Seriously, yeah. But, seriously though, that is a really good question. Where did Kurasama go? Large amounts of blood stained the top of the bed, but there were no similar marks on the floor of the room. That is actually really quite odd. Well, the Kraus have been seriously wounded and wandered off somewhere. Or killed and carried somewhere. Yeah, I think... Yeah, understandable. Yeah, they had no clue where this somewhere might be. And the only thing is, you would have thought that if somebody has made it so that Kraus has been carried away, firstly, there would have been some sort of... Well, I mean, obviously the evidence could have been cleared. But if he was just walking, trying to find emergency, then why wasn't his body actually seen? Where did he go? It is an odd thought. Oh god, that must be so stressful. Natsuhi knew. The Kraus have been sounding far from his best over the phone. Yeah. At least he hadn't sounded like he was on the brink of the death. In the other words, these bloodstains had to be a setup. Yeah, definitely, yeah. That is fair. You can't prove whether it is blood or not. Yeah, these... Smell it. This might not even be blood. However, just what was that man thinking? Yeah, definitely, yeah. What's this supposed to be? It is really, really odd to think that Natsuhi may have that suspicion of Kraus potentially conspiring against her. But at the same time, I don't think that's the case whatsoever. At the same time, though, we have no idea. I mean, the copper could be any of these people. And, you know, what I find really interesting is that in this point in time, we don't actually know who the culprit is because Beatrice has no involvement. Whatever, I do wonder... Well, wait, hang on a second. I think the fact that Kraus isn't actually there is something that Beatrice did. Gap was the person who actually moved Kraus's body for some reason. I don't really understand why, though. What the heck? Yeah. So on the first twilight there were 6 sacrifices. Was Kraus Nissan in the habit of locking his door? Oh, that's interesting. We just came in without unlocking it. Yeah, it's understandable. You've got to be secure and, you know, you've got to have a habit of being secure if you're as rich as Kraus is. Yeah. Even if you're not the best stock investor. Kraus also has a habit of locking up. At this house. Yeah, fair. Yeah. Madam has ordered that all non-public areas be locked. Fair. How many keys can unlock Uncle Kraus's room? In addition to the one key Kraus-sama held, there's the master keys. Ooh, that's interesting. All that stuff about keys is a pointless argument. Yeah, that is understandable. Yeah, because obviously, how has Genji also been killed? Yeah, with that logic. Yeah, did you forget that Genji-san was already a victim? Oh, that's interesting. His master key is missing. No, I don't disagree. Yeah, that means all the locks in this mansion are meaningless. How boring. Fair enough, yeah, how boring. In other words, no clues where murders have existed or will exist in this mansion. No, not necessarily. Sheesh. Oh my god, this is getting to be a pretty boring mystery. God, you just are so disconnected from the fact that, you know, these people have literally lost relatives and may be in the stress of potentially losing another one. And yet you can say stuff like that. Oh my god, oh yes, exactly. That last part is so true. Erika laughed off this murder in disappointment as though it was something she was watching on TV. Seriously, yeah, I can't understand it. Yeah, oh yeah, I think I know the answer. Why is her world so different from ours? It's almost like she's in a separate dimension from us. That is interesting. It's just really interesting to think that, you know, Battler's kind of thinking as if, you know, he is really, really feeling the effects of this horrible tragedy that are actually happening to him. And Erika is just the one who is kind of like a spectator. We know that she's not going to die. She's not a murderer. She's not harmful. All she wants to do is to solve stuff. It's almost like she's in a separate dimension from us. Was Jessica also? Oh god. Should be, I mean, yeah, was Jessica also like this in her bed? That must be hard to say. Yes, that's right. Yeah, just like George, her neck was cut.
Jessica.
Yeah, Jessica.
Jessica に会わせて。
Maybe we were Jessica.
私、ジェシカの顔さえ見てないんです。
Yeah, that's awful. That really is. I haven't even seen Jessica's face yet. That is unfair. She deserves it.
Jessica!
What happened, Natsuki-san?
まだ犯人が近くに潜んでいるかもしれない。
Oh, that is understandable, actually. Yeah, the culprit might still be hiding nearby.
一人にさせるのは危険だ。
It would be dangerous to let her be alone. That is fair, yeah. Yeah, so she is genuinely going there. Yeah, Natsuki flew out of the room and dashed towards the guest house this time. It was only natural. Yeah, and it is understandable, yeah. Natsuki still hadn't even... Yeah, oh my god, I mean... To be fair, this is the worst thing about, you know, actually having somebody that has been killed in the most brutal manner. I mean, obviously, you want to see their dying face. I don't really know, I mean... I do find it really interesting. I mean, it's just quite an unknown concept, really, like... It's just really interesting to think that, you know, if you think about it logically, there is every single reason to make it so that somebody wouldn't want, like, I, for example, wouldn't want to see somebody's dying face if I lost somebody that was really close. But at the same time, it's just interesting that the emotions, they just completely defy what would logically be the best solution. Because obviously, in a situation like this, I think logically, it would be a best solution not to see Jessica's face because of the fact that it will just cause, you know, extreme amounts of traumatic sides and also just tragedy in general, really. But at the same time, is that better than, you know, not seeing the face at all? That's the question you've got to ask. And also, if you don't see the face at all, you don't get any of those, you know, drawbacks, obviously. Yeah, everyone probably thought that. Interesting that she was half thinking that. Of course, even Natsuki was half thinking that. Wow, I've never seen this like bird's eye view like shot. The other half. Yeah, I see that, yeah. To be fair, it was really quite sudden, I see that. Yeah, the other half was a desire to shift everyone else's attention away from the study. Strange crimes had occurred, the gold had been discovered, and some relatives had even recommended Battler to be the successor. It is weird, yeah, even in these twisted circumstances. She had to protect Keenzo's secret. That's unbelievable. I mean, you have literally lost your daughter, but at the same time, you are still so faithful to Keenzo and your own future that you will do this. But to be fair... Oh, if my head is going to be wrecked by this suffering... Oh, God, it will be. Yeah, racked by this suffering anyway. God. Please just let my head explode right now. That's horrible, I mean... To be fair, I do kind of see this. I mean, it is such a ridiculous amount of stress. You've not only lost your fucking daughter, but you still have to cover up a scandal. And the worst thing is, the scandal's just going to get worse and worse. Look at people like Eva. They're not exactly composed. I mean, they're going to be suspecting you all the time. Oh, that's interesting. So everyone... I'm surprised. Yeah, I wonder if she's actually going to pick up what's actually happening. And if she's going to spy on Natsuki. So, for everyone, for Natsuki's sake, let's return to the guest house for the time being. It isn't, though, I agree, but at the same time, it's just for some sort of... I would have thought that it's for emotional reassurance, but at the same time, this is the kind of emotional reassurance that is going to just lead to worse, you know, things actually happening in the future. It's kind of like, I don't know, alcohol or drugs. You know, you use it as a method of reassuring yourself emotionally, and then it just leads to worse problems. I can't believe I likened seeing a mutilated person that you were close to's face to alcohol. And it actually kind of works, though. That's the funny thing. No, but I see that. Yeah, do you even have a heart? I mean, this is the really interesting thing. Logically, I don't disagree. It won't. But at the same time, you need to think outside reasoning, because obviously a lot of emotions completely defy reasoning. Oh, this is going to be funny. Aha. Oh my god! What's that? Oh, it's obviously a cardiovascular muscle that pumps blood around the body. I mean, yeah, understandable, yeah. Just seeing her daughter's dead face wouldn't bring Jessica back to life, nor would it heal Natsuhi's anguish. On the contrary, she would probably wail, yeah, wasting a considerable amount of time before being able to think properly again. Yeah, exactly, yeah, this probably sums up Erika's screwed up argument. Agreed, yeah. Just seeing their dying faces won't lead to any new developments. Like hell it won't. Yeah, and it is interesting that the witches are totally agreeing. It is really interesting. It just kind of gives me the, you know, memories of, you know, the productivity versus results debate. You know, you can completely destroy your health and you can get loads done, or you can look after your health and get, you know, less done. Like hell it won't. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Belthor's pieces have brought about a really interesting change. Yeah, that is interesting. I love that. A heart. What's that? That's the best line. Oh god, she's seeing it now. Yeah, because obviously she's never actually seen any of the sliced necks before, so yeah, I don't even want to imagine how terrifying that must be. The thing that I think sucks about something like this is, you know, you'll never ever... I don't know, if I was in a situation like this and somebody died, I mean, if I try to remember, I would just remember that sight of their dead body. I would never be able to remember anything good about them without remembering the fact that they're dead and, you know, obviously that they've been killed in the most horrible way, and I probably remember the sight as well. Like, I think this stuff, it really, really is interesting just how one small decision to see somebody's face in a situation like this entirely leads to, you know, so many memories being changed in the future. It's deadly. It really is deadly. What in the... Natsuhi flew into the cousin room on the second floor of the guest house. Oh, God. Yeah, and was struck down by the blood-stained beds and the eerie magic circle, which looked like it might have been drawn with the victim's blood. No, I see that, yeah. Where is Jessica? Oh, God. Oh, God, in that. Yeah, you have to tell her. Oh god, a bed. Where? Huh? George? I am sorry, but what? What? Oh, that is that is weird. Oh, that's interesting, because now it fully makes sense what's actually happening, because now people will be able to think that there is another... Now it makes sense on what Beatrice's pieces have actually done. They have moved the bodies so that suspicion can be alleviated from Natsuhi, and that she has a rock-solid alibi to make it so that she is less likely to have been the person who has done the murder. Good. Wait a sec. What the hell? Yeah, the bodies have literally been moved. That's absurd, though. Everybody here is there, apart from Kinzo and Kraus, really. But it is interesting to think about Kraus. What has his involvement been? Yeah, it's going on here. I really do wonder what's actually happening with Kraus. We made sure to lock this room when we left. Oh, that is interesting, yeah, because that could be indicative of... Yes. We can now be certain that the culprit has a master key. Oh, yep, just shower yourself in ego. Once again, my reasoning was correct. Yeah, who cares about that? Where did they go? But that is understandable, yeah. It is really quite important to think that they have actually stolen a master key, though, and that is really, really deadly, because of no matter where you lock yourself up, you know, you are always going to be vulnerable. Who cares about that? Where did they go? Where did everyone's corpses go? Yeah, seriously, yeah. Oh. Oh, what's she gonna say? Nice trick. Oh, yeah. Come on, you... I really think if somebody was gonna give up that easily, like... Yeah, it would just be a complete joke. Hey, look, it's magic, right? Yeah, but the only thing is you really, really think that Battle is going to submit to something like that. All of us move together. Yeah, so you're trying to say that everyone had alibis. It is the case though, yeah. Your reasoning goes like this, right? I'm sorry, but how do you make it so that a neck is literally looked as if made to look like it's been torn open and, you know, then we realise that they're just faking to be dead? That just doesn't make sense. How is that even possible? But to be fair, if you had really, really good CGI and, you know, well, not CGI, but like, you know, acting related equipment, then maybe, I don't know. But to be fair, a lot of it would have been done by CGI, so, yeah. Then when no one else was around, they hid somewhere. Am I right? Oh, this is going to be interesting. You don't intend to proclaim any of their deaths in red now, do you? Of course I won't. Oh my god, unlike that dolt Berto. Jesus Christ, so you literally steal her game board and then you deface her. Fucking hell. Of course I won't. Unlike that dolt Berto, I don't give red out for free. Fair enough. Oh yeah, fair. Yeah, in that case, I'll be glad to use the blue truth. I can think of many ways to work something around at this level. Sure, go ahead. Blue truth time. Here's the first one I can think of. The victims aren't actually dead. Yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah, they pretended to be dead and they secretly hid themselves somewhere. Fair, yeah. After all, you haven't proclaimed anyone's deaths with the red truth. I know, it really is surprising. It really, really is. Even though you've been shown their gaping wounds, you're still trying that one on principle, as long as there's no red, right? I know, it is weird. Ooh, but don't get your hopes up. I'm not giving you a freebie red truth. You have got to be kidding me. So she's not actually giving out reds until the end of October the 5th. That is poisonous play. Oh my god. That is really, really going to be hard to actually go against. Holy crap. After all, I just have to deny it all at once at the end of the game. At midnight on October the 5th. Agreed, yeah. Other Witcher side has a big advantage. Ha. It would all be over now if that stupid battler was my opponent. But you aren't like that, right, Burn? Of course. But yeah, definitely, yeah. Anyone could have thought of that silly move. I have more. Second one. Good thing that she doesn't actually have one theory. She has multiple that she can actually attack Lambda with. Yeah, that is very reasonable. Yeah, Kraus carried the corpses off and hid them.
あんたがさらってどこかに監禁されてるように
Yeah, yeah,
演出
definitely.
されてるけど、実際はフリーなのかもしれない。
You've edited it out so that it looks like you've kidnapped Kraus and locked him up somewhere, but he might actually be free. Yeah, exactly, there's no proof. Yeah, Kraus has no
ク
alibi.
ラウスが彼らの死体を隠したのよ。
Exactly, Kraus hid their corpses.
ああ、そうよね。
Yeah, that's right.
赤き真実でクラウスの監禁を宣言したわけじゃないものね。
Exactly, yeah. But to be honest, I kind of get the impression that with that logic, it could either be the case that Kraus is completely confined, or maybe Kraus could potentially be the person who was doing the killings. Yes, that's right. It's not like I proclaim that Kraus was being confined with the Red Truth.
言うもんね。敵を騙すには味方から。
I like that. You know how they say you've got to confuse your friends before you can confuse your enemies.
夏日に自分が囚われてるように嘘をついたっと。
So he lied to Natsuhi, making it seem like he'd be captured.
他には
Any others?
3つ目、
Third one.
そもそも死体が別人。
The corpses were different people in the
犠
first
牲
place.
者そっ
What?
くりの身代わり死体よ。
I love that an argument like this is totally ridiculous, but at the same time it does kind of work. There were substitute corpses that closely
ジ
resembled
ョ
the
ージたち
victims.
は最初から隠れていて、その後に身代わり死体を片付けた。
George and the others were hiding from the beginning, and later cleared up those substitute corpses. It is really interesting to think that, you know, these people... No, that is really interesting to think. What if they have done some sort of, I don't know, like masking related stuff to make it so that these people look exactly the same as, you know, George's lot. At the same time, though it would have been something that would be really, really professional and would take a lot of effort to do, it's not impossible. Do keep in mind that these people were entirely hidden by the blankets as well, so that could potentially make a job like this more convenient, because obviously these people were grief-stricken. If they just, you know, made it so that their outfits were transferred to the dead bodies, then, you know, these people who are really, really grief-stricken, you really think they're actually going to contemplate whether that's the case. Erika will, but will anyone else?
死体は最初から死んでるから、島の人数にはカウントされ
Oh
る。
yeah, that's fair, yeah. These corpses were dead from the very beginning, so they don't count towards the total number of people on this island.
何それ超イカス。
It is though. To be fair, it is probably similar to something that has actually happened in real life. I don't know though, that's messed up.
つまりあれだけの人間が寄ってたかって死に顔を見て、全員が全員身代わりの死体を見抜けなかったと。
But to be fair, I mean, though it sounds totally ridiculous, what if you had made it so that you had a specific mask tailored to make it so that, you know, you look really, really similar to this person? But at the same time, though, I just really find it interesting to think, like, what the hell would happen if this is actually the case? Well, there would be 4 people that would have to roam around and that could potentially be killers. And no, 5 if you count Genji as well. I don't think this argument is reasonable at all in terms of actually using, in terms of any progression.
赤き真実をあんたが行使しない以上、
I know, that's fair. She knows how
遺
to
体
play
の
this
身
game.
元確認を誤認した可能性だってあるわ。
Since you haven't used the red truth, there's a possibility that everyone misidentified all the corpses.
誰も人物を誤認しないって復唱要求に応える気があるなら、直ちに引っ込めるけど。
Though if you feel like repeating no one will misidentify a person, I withdraw that claim immediately,
嫌
okay?
ですよーだ。そんな挑発には乗らないわよ。
No way, I'm not falling for that.
真実はね、もったいぶるから効果的なのよ。
The red truth's only useful if you use it with flash, right? Oh yeah, you make it so that the red truth can probably disprove multiple theories as opposed to just one.
たくさんの青き真実の中からたった一つだけを選び赤で叩き切る。
Yeah, I'll take a single truth out of a large pile of blue and smash it with the red.
そしてその他すべての青き真実はそれが正しかったのかどうかも明かされないまま闇に葬られて消える。
Then the rest of the blue truths will be swallowed up by darkness before you can find out whether they were right or wrong.
その闇こそ魔女の世界。
Fair, yeah, that darkness is the world of the
あんたに
witches.
与えられる真実なんて何も存在しない。
You won't be given any truth at all.
この子、 バカそうなふりして
Oh no, no way. This girl, that's actually, she's stupid, but she's not bad at all.
決して挑発に乗りやしね
No, no, she knows. She knows how to look into things. Yeah, she will never rise to
魔女の闇
provocation.
ってもんが何か本当のゲームマスターのベアトよりよっぽど理
That
解
is
してるん
interesting.
だ
Looks like she understands the darkness of magic even better than the true game master Berto. It is really, really interesting that, because what Beatrice tried to do is, you know, in the end, even though she had that chat with us about, you know, the fact that she was actually going to delay using the red truth in the 4th game, she had still done the same trick in the end.
そしてどうやらガープもそれをよく理解してるみたい
And apparently Gab also understood that
こ
well.
の死体消失の一手
Yeah, that move of
ラ
hiding
ム
the
ダとベアト
corpses.
の双方にとってなか
It
なか
was,
有
yeah.
効だわ
And it is really interesting to think that even though Lambda has entirely taken Beatrice over in the game board, outside of the game board, inside the game board, the principles of them being allied really do match up still.
とりあえず私も死体消失について思いつく仮説を3つほど挙げてみた
In any event, I've thought up a full 3 theories about the disappearing
一つの
corpses.
謎に対し3つの青きくさび
3 blue wedges for a single
だ
riddle.
から3つのうち1つを否定すればいいわけじゃない
That doesn't mean she can just deny one of those 3.
3つのくさびを
Oh,
全
that's
て抜かない限りこの謎は貫かれてる
Fair, yeah. Unless she eliminates all 3 wedges, this riddle has been defeated. Now, it is really interesting to think that the more truths you actually attack somebody with that are valid, the more possibilities you have of Lambda saying a limited amount of red truths, and, you know, the limited number not actually having... Some of them in the limited number not actually applying to, you know, what you want to disprove with your blue truth.
そ
That
れ
is
が魔女狩り
interesting.
の鉄則
Fair, yeah, that's the ironclad rule of
く
witch
さびは
hunting.
1本じゃ全然足りない
No way, no. A single wedge nearly
く
isn't
さび 1
enough.
本で死んでくれるのは吸血鬼程度
Only vampires die from a single step.
魔女に比べりゃ吸血鬼なんて貧弱なの
God, that's actually really got interesting compared to witches. Vampires are weak.
本物の魔女はねくさびでめった刺しにしなきゃ死なないのよ
Beatrice definitely applies to her. True witches won't die unless you stab them all over with
殺
stakes,
し屋
right?
だってそうでしょ
It's the same with assassins, isn't
殺
it?
し屋が綺麗に一発の弾丸だけで相手を殺すなんて日本の漫画の中だけよ
It's only in Japanese manga that you see assassins kill their targets with a single
本
perfect
当に
shot.
殺し屋なら弾倉が空になるまで全弾ぶち込むわ
Fair, yeah. Real assassins will empty out an entire magazine's worth of bullets.
あんただってそうするでしょ
That's how you do things,
無
right?
論私もよ
Of course, it's the same for
でも
me.
こんなのこの子のことだから赤一つで一刀両断にしてくるでしょうね
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah. But it's this girl we're talking about, so she might slice it all in 2 with a single swipe of the red. Yeah, I don't disagree. That is fair though, yeah.
彼らの死亡宣言と クラウスの無実
But simply letting off a few quick lines confirming their deaths and Kraus's innocence were the
この
red.
辺をちょいちょいって赤で語るだけで
I
私
don't
の鎖
disagree.
は3
Yeah.
本とも抜けてしまう
Yes, you can remove all 3 of my wedges.
それでいいんだけどね
Well, that's okay.
赤き真実が出てきたらそれに合わせて再び
Yeah,
青き
that's
くさびで
nice.
めった刺しにしてやるだけのこと
When the red truth does come out, I just need to follow again along with it and stab her full of blue wedges again.
それが魔女のゲームの進め方
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, this is how a game of witches plays out.
ああ楽しい
So fun.
バトラのまどろっこしい戦いにずっとイライラしてきたから本当に楽しい
God, yeah, Battler's sluggish battles always piss me off. So I'm loving this. Yeah, and that is understandable because obviously Byrne thinks as if, you know, all of the game boards have had so much potential, but because of the fact that Battler has been really quite new to it and, you know, he has obviously tried his hardest, but at the same time, you know, this is just not nearly good enough for, you know, Byrne's standards, so that obviously it pisses her off to see somebody playing so bad in a game with so much potential, really. Yeah, I understand,
こん
Lambda.
なの第一の番の最初の最初
Yeah, I don't disagree whatsoever. The first Twilight is just the beginning of the
前
beginning.
哨戦でしょ
It's just a skirmish, right?
そうでなくっち
Wouldn't have it any other
ゃあ
way.
んたをボロボロに負けさせて悔し泣きさせて床を這いつくばらせてかきむしらせて
It is really interesting that Byrne actually says that. I mean, I just really love how much of a passion she actually has with this game, and it's just really interesting to think that it's kind of like a passion that obviously it is really, you know, striking with potential, but at the same time it just sounds so mental, and it just sounds so much like you're masochistically passionate, or I don't know, that's kind of the impression I'm getting from Byrne's voice here. But yeah, I don't disagree about this whatsoever. I'll make you lose pathetically and cry out in regret as you crawl and scratch at the floor
その可愛
like
ら
a
しい髪
baby.
の毛を掴んで床になすりつけながら
What
笑い
the
転げる
fuck?
楽しみが薄れちゃうもの
Yeah, do you see why I said it was like a masochistic, you know, desire? Oh my god, I've almost forgotten the pleasure of grabbing that cute hair of yours and wiping the floor with it as I roll it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that is weird. So she's done that before, and she felt good as well. But to be fair, I suppose it's an opponent and you're destroying them. So I suppose that is just the ultimate humiliation for somebody who challenged you, really. But still, though, that's so horrible. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. The servant waiting room in the mansion had once again gone silent. There lay Genji's corpse, which had been covered completely with a blanket. Yeah, understandable, yeah. In the ceiling of this cramped room. No! So this means the servants, they have a lot of potential of being suspected. Why have master keys existed as well? Oh shit, that's bad. Yeah, in the ceiling of this cramped room, a pitch black hole appeared. Oh my god, yeah. Captivating legs sprouted out. Yeah, and gap floated downwards. This is going to be quite
ごめん
interesting.
ね源氏
Sorry, Genji.
そこでゆっくり永眠してたいだろうけどそういうわけにはいかないの
You probably want to enjoy your eternal sleep right there, but that's not going to be
後ろ
possible.
宮家の最後の当主夏日に死してなお奉公するためにここから消えて
That
ちょ
is
うだい
interesting. Please disappear from this place so that you may serve Natsuhi, the final head of the Ushidomiya family, even after death. Yeah, fuck off with that. Such... with a message that is just seeming to be so considerate and, you know... as if it's something to be worthy of praise with, but it's just a little bit of lies, a bit of meaningless words to make it so that she feels a little bit less bad about herself after having done this. But to be fair, we've got to keep in mind that this is magic-related things. Maybe she could actually be having some sort of conversation that Genji is actually hearing. We don't really know, because this magic world is really, really new to us. I mean, it could be possible. I think it's really quite unlikely, but still, though, that would be really quite funny if Genji, in some sort of weird, you know, scenario, could actually hear what Gap was saying. Gap stripped off the blanket as she said this to Genji, who was sleeping peacefully. Oh, God, yeah. Then she stared at the deep wound in his neck. That's a nice cut. Right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it must have been made with a single slice. Has anyone who's capable of this manifested yet? What? I can't even think of anyone decent who might be capable of this. That is really weird. Yeah, it goes without saying, but witches are capable of summoning beings with a strength proportional to their own ability. Now, I do find it really odd. I see what is actually being said here because of the fact that it has just barely been the case that the spinal cord bone wasn't actually affected. So you could basically make it so that this person has these 5 people have entirely died, even though you haven't actually severed the spinal cord. It's surprising that. But at the same time, I think if you cut somebody's neck, even if you didn't get the spinal cord bone, you would probably do enough damage to the CNS anyway. And also blood loss, we can't forget about that. But still, it's interesting that actually this requires a lot of skill to be able to do. But to be fair, I mean, it is one precise cut. So I suppose you would have to have a pretty sharp weapon and a pretty good set of cutting skills to actually be able to do that. Jesus Christ. It's disgusting to think that at the same time, it's what's happened, it's the ugly truth. Fuck, it is so hot. God, this is torture. Oh, fuck. I fucking hate summer. So much. But to be fair, we probably only have maybe like 2.5 months of it left at the very most. I don't know though. Maybe even less. Maybe 2.25? Maybe even 2 months. Don't know. Kind of depends on how September will be, really. Pray it's cold. Oh my god, I just want winter weather back. Anyway, weather rant over. It goes without saying, but witches are capable of summoning beings with a strength proportional to their own ability. That's interesting. The Great Lady Lambda Delta called that being here as a trump card, 19th person. Yeah, I see that, yeah. Even optimistically speaking, this is on par with Donovan me. That's optimistically speaking. Yeah, so that is really interesting to think that if you're not speaking optimistically and you're being realistic, then, yeah, this person is a lot more powerful. And I really do wonder who it could potentially be. I have an idea of one person. It's a character that I shouldn't know anything about yet. We haven't actually been introduced to them, but, yeah. Spoiler. Yeah, their name begins with a D. And then I'll give you the hint of Equalizer. That's probably all you need to know if you've read anything. That's my guess. I don't know though. A pitch black hole opened on the bed, and Genji disappeared as though the bed had swallowed him up. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Yeah, just like the four in the guest house, Genji's corpse was also hidden in some unknown place. And it is really interesting to think, where is it hidden? It was a place that no one could find, located neither within this world nor the... That is cheating, my god. No longer would anyone be able to find their corpses. Yes. No longer would anybody be able to confirm their deaths. But at the same time, they have actually visibly seen the fact that these people are dead. But at the same time, does it look like they're dead and they aren't actually dead? You can't necessarily prove from the fact that you have seen them dead that they are dead. But it's absurd to think that you can actually make the argument like that. But, you know, this is the thing. Blue truth doesn't have to be correct. It just has to be something that defies red truth. She carried Genji's corpse to this place of endless silence. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Where it could never be disturbed. That's nice. At least it's respectful and, you know, it's not like something I would have expected a demon like Gap to do, i.e., you know, just make somebody go to hell without deserving it or something ridiculous like that. When there's no corpse, a person goes missing. When there's no corpse, a person goes missing. Yeah, fair. Yeah. When there's no corpse, a person goes missing. When a person's missing, people both suspect that they might be the culprit. Yeah, understandable, yeah, and suspect that they might be the victims. Just like, truly like the inside of a cat box. I thought it's actually really quite interesting because obviously you can't know whether they are the suspects or victims until you actually open the cat box. But obviously opening the cat box in a situation like this is impossible to do. You can never find out the truth, so it's just open to interpretation. The darkness inside of cat boxes that will never be opened is where... yeah, we demons and witches reside. I see that though, yeah. You're a bit too slow, Ms. Great Detective. Gap licked her lips and gulped. No, but the only thing is, Furudo Erika, I'd assume that she has immense potential to actually deny witches and make it so that the human theory is, you know, really quite significant. It's because it's a desperate situation and they need to protect Natsuhi. I wonder why Garp-sama is going around hiding corpses. I don't know. Fair, no, I do see that, to be fair, but Garp-sama is pretty cool. She's just so awesome. You have got to be kidding me. They were meant to... Oh my god, don't be stupid. What happened to standing guard? The humans are returning from the... Oh my god, that's hilarious. So they've totally been slacking on their job. The humans are returning from the guest house. Garp-sama. Yes, let's disperse. This should be enough to give Natsuhi a way out. Yeah, that's fair. I really do wonder if it's going to be able to do so. Gap jumped into a pitch black hole that had opened near her feet. Yeah, Mammon said, I'm going in too, and jumped in. Oh, yeah, and jumped in, followed by Asmo, who said, me too, and hopped in, giggling. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. As Satan hesitated over what to do, the hole closed. Yeah, I regret opening the window. And you call yourselves members of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. How childish. So stupid. Satan went bright red and got angry all by herself, then turned into gold butterflies and disappeared. That's actually really quite funny. They're just totally abandoning their
ガー
duty
プが
of
5人の死体を
guarding.
無
Oh,
事に移動させたようです
yeah, it seems like Gap has succeeded in moving the first 5 corpses.
ご苦労であった
Well done.
しかし次が厄介であるぞ
However, the next part is tricky.
現時の死体の消失に多少は
They
驚
will
く
be,
でしょ
yeah,
う
yeah, yeah. They will probably be somewhat surprised at the disappearance of Genji's
彼ら
corpse.
の次の関心は再び金蔵の書斎に向くでしょう
Agreed, actually, yeah. Because what if the corpses are in the study? It's a devil's proof as to whether, you know, the corpses could potentially be there. But that does apply to any room, but at the same time I just feel that, you know, that would be the most significant room, because obviously they've got to tell Kinzo about this absurd incident that has actually taken place. I just love that these people are totally just, you know, getting away out of work because of the fact that Gap is, you know, there and willing to go out. But it's really, really funny, that.
書斎の鍵は2本
There are 2 keys to the study.
夏日が全て所持していて幸運であった
Oh,
な
that is really quite convenient. Yeah, it's fortunate that Natsuhi is in possession of both.
もし現時に1本を預けたままであったなら
Fair.
それは今頃ラムダデルタ教の手に落ちていたであろう
If she had left one with Genji, it probably would have fallen into Lady Lambda Delta's hands by now.
どうやらラムダデルタ教は金蔵の死を隠すつもりはさらさらないようですな
Oh no, definitely not. It is really interesting to think that all of these things, they are eventually just going to lead to Kinzo being... Because the thing about Kinzo is he is one of the biggest people there, so obviously he needs to be notified, and he needs to... Because obviously he has the most knowledge of the occult, so maybe he could potentially be of some help as well. Yeah, it seems that Lady Lambda Delta has no intention of hiding Kinzo's
お
death.
嬢様が築き上げてきた堀も塔も城壁も
Oh yeah, yeah.
全て見捨てて戦われるつもりのよう
But
だ
the only thing is, this is the thing. She fights in her own manner. Apparently, she plans to fight while ignoring the moat, towers, and ramparts that you have created. Fair, yeah.
おかしな三角対決になったものよ
Oh, I like that. This has become a strange triangular confrontation.
我らはそれぞれが敵であり時に意図せずして連
Fair,
携して
yeah,
おる
yeah, I don't disagree. We were all each other's enemies, but we will sometimes join forces without
三つ
notice.
どもえが2対1になったかと思えば逆に1対2にもなる
Yeah, in a 3-way fight, just when you think it's 2 against 1, it suddenly becomes 1 against 2.
ほらあれだ
That's what it's like.
中国のバトルロイヤル
That Chinese battle royale.
三国志とやらに似てるとは思わんか
Don't you think it's like that Records of the Three Kingdoms thing?
天下三分の計ですな
Hmm. Wait, so his records of the Three Kingdoms, what is that? Oh, it's interesting. It's authoritative historical record for the period of three kingdoms, 189 to 218. Sorry, 280 CE. Alright, so compiled following the reunification of China under the Jin dynasty 266 to 420. The work chronicles the political, social and military events within rival states into a single text organised by individual biography. Right, okay. Interesting. Some sort of really big battle that has actually occurred during that. Oh, the Longsong plan. Yeah, are they going to explain it? That's quite a sophisticated analogy here to hear from coming from you, right? They are good. There were three empires in the records of the Three Kingdoms, weren't there? Wei, Wu, and Shu, right? Oh no, I see that. Yeah, that sounds just like us. So which empire won out in the end? Yeah, that's what I read. Yeah, the power that gained control in the end was the Jin dynasty. Oh, it's Shin. Right, okay. The three empires you were mentioned. Yeah, I didn't remember seeing them when I read the Wikipedia article. Oh my god, that's hilarious. The three empires you mentioned were all destroyed. She looks pissed. I didn't know that. I thought one of the three empires won. Yeah, I heard Wei. Yeah, didn't Wei have an overwhelming advantage? They have the position of emperor stolen from them, and their empire was subjugated and destroyed. Fucking hell. Yeah, I don't think they had an advantage. None of it really knows this history. But to be fair, Beatrice, even though she's got it totally wrong, at least she knows the core principles of it as well. She kind of knows her stuff as well. I do not know my history. That is one of the things that I really don't study much. And to be fair, the thing is about history, if it's an interesting historical event, or if it's just some sort of interesting thing that has happened that has context for something, I will look at it. I love urban legends as well. There is a visual novel that is very, very dark. It literally has gore in the title. And I do want to play it one day. It's based on a Japanese urban legend. I can't remember exactly what it was, but yeah. Wait, I'll search it up. I don't know, I can't find it. I feel bad for Beatrice. The Sima clan, a noble family that Cao Cao. Oh my god, that is a weird. It's really weird because obviously Cao Cao is probably some sort of Chinese related I don't know, name, but obviously we associate that with Cao Cao from, well, not Cao Cao, but Coco. It really sounds like that, and it kind of reads like that, I suppose. I don't know. Yeah, cacao nibs as well, or beans. That's hilarious. Yeah, I just had to make sure because I didn't know if that was something my weird childish brain made up. That word nibs is just such a weird word. And I did sometimes used to make up words when I was really young, so I just wanted to check before I fucking embarrass myself, potentially. The Sima clan, a noble family that Cao Cao invited in as advisors. Oh my god. Wow. Eventually gained a central control in a power struggle and took over the country. Fucking hell. So they were invited in as advisors. And they seized control. That is interesting. Very interesting. That lady Lambda Delta. That is actually really quite something to think that this really links to that. I like that. I actually really like that. But I find it really interesting. I wonder if this is one of the principles that, you know, Umineko was based on. Oh, pardon me. Ooh. The humans have confirmed the disappearances of Genji's corpse in the servant waiting room. Oh boy, they have started moving towards Lord Goldsmith's study. That's not very good. Nietzsche. They're coming. Let them come. The humans and the witches of certainty and miracles. If this is a three-way fight, then we've got humans, witches, and... what should we be called? Pieces, to be honest. Well, I suppose you could be thinking... furniture of Kinzo's phantom? I don't fucking know. If the thing we're protecting for the time being is Kinzo's phantom. So are we phantoms then? Oh, right. Didn't expect a little bit of a chapter end there. What's next? So it's, what's that? 8 o'clock. 8:04. Yes, I can tell the time. I bet you're proud of me. Oh, that is interesting. Interesting that Natsuhi is the one that's calling. Right, I think what Natsuhi should do is she should make it so that she is the one who first discovers the dead body. Father, it's Natsuhi. Good morning. There's no way he'll wake it up if you do it like that. Oh yeah, understandable. Father, it's Eva. Please wake up. Well, I don't really think he's going to be able to do that. It's an emergency. Yeah, Eva pushed Natsuhi aside. And not repeatedly with all her strength. God, yeah. Quiet down. You're being too boisterous. To be honest, I think Eva's in the right here. Yeah, it's not really the time to be saying something like that. I mean, even though it is an emergency, you can solve it calm and collectively. But at the same time, I mean, you know, she's just lost her son. You really think that she should be forced to solve it calmly. Like, that shouldn't be a right that's imposed on. That shouldn't be a duty that's imposed on her.
ロックしても音沙
No
汰はなし
way,
です。
no. So he isn't picking up the phone, and he isn't responding to knocking either.
参りましたね。
That's troublesome. Yep.
機嫌をまた損ねられているのかもしれませんな。
He might be in a bad mood
金
again.
蔵さんは時にほんのわずかの変化であってもそれに吉祥を感じ、
That's hilarious. Kinzo-san sometimes considers even the slightest change to be an omen.
本人以外には預かり知れぬ理由で機嫌を損ねたりします。
And gets into a bad mood for reasons only he can understand.
そうですわね。
Yes, that's true.
こういうのは何も今日だけに限ったことじゃありませんものね。
That's actually really quite convenient that obviously they can really think of anything that would make it reasonable to think to us why Kinzo may not actually be responding to them. Yes, that's true. This isn't something that started today.
じい様ってそこまで書斎に閉じこもってんのか？
Is that how badly grandfather wants to shut himself away in the study?
はい。
Yes.
1ヶ月以上も書斎を出られないことも珍しくはありませんので。
God. Yeah, isn't it ironic to think that this is total bullshit and everything said here is completely false? It's not uncommon for him to stay in a study for more than a month at a time.
ここだけの話、勤めている私でさえ
Don't tell anyone, but even though I work here,
親方様がいらっしゃられることを忘れることがあります。
yeah, I sometimes forget that the master even lives here.
ゴーダ
Brother.
使用人にあるまじき発言ですよ。
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, God, that's not the sort of thing a 7 should be saying. Yeah, to be fair, I do kind of see what Natsuhi's saying. I mean, they need to maintain a professional front as servants. This is just a little bit too informal.
失礼しました奥様。誠に失礼しました。
Oh, God, yeah, my apologies, madam. I'm truly sorry.
とにかく連絡が取れるのはまずいんとちゃうか。
Yeah, anyway, isn't it bad that we can't get in contact with
下
him?
手したらお父さん事件が起こってることさえ知らんのやで。
Oh,
No.
yeah. In the worst case, Father might not even know that there's been a crime, right?
さあ、どうでしょう。
Well, I wonder. Oh, you really could have hidden that better. Yeah, definitely. Keenly noticing that people were starting to doubt Kinzo's existence, Kano mumbled those words.
最後にお父様に会ったのは誰？
Who was the last person to meet Father?
いつ？
Oh, that's bad. That will look bad on Natsuhi.
私です。
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was me.
昨夜、
Last night.
お父様の書斎で一日の報告をしておりました。
Last night, up until the time of the uproar from when Battler found the gold, I was in Father's study, giving the daily report. I find it so funny that that is complete shit. You were talking to Kraus. Oh, wait, hang on a second. I'm getting lost a little bit. So, wait, hang on a second. I'm a little bit confused as to why, wait, no, because it was just the people who were really involved within the family. But I don't really understand. Hang on a second. I've just got to, I'm kind of confused on why Natsuhi actually went out. There's something I forgot here. What was the reason she initially went out? Because obviously I remember why she went out. The other reason why she went out, you know, afterwards, because obviously it was the break and then she just never came back from the break. But why did she go out initially? Oh, fucking come on. Dude, this takes so long. Right, I'll go on YouTube. Right, let's go part 5. I kind of forgot why she left. Right, okay, we should be able to find it here. So we have Natsuhi and Kraus, obviously. Then we have Natsuhi and Kraus. Wait, no, so I'm getting confused. I think I am actually thinking about the right part. It's just I'm assigning the wrong time to my thoughts. Right, so around 11 last night. Ooh, Erika suspected something. No way around it. Or maybe she is just a little bit happy about the fact that there could potentially be some more meat and challenge to this mystery. More intellect being tested. No way around it. Let's open it up. Yeah, definitely, yeah.
なんですって？
What did you just say?
ここは当主様の大切な書斎であり、研究室です。
Oh, it's just really interesting that Natsuhi is still trying to force her ridiculous values on people. What I do find it really interesting is just all of these values are, I mean, they sound so much like something Natsuhi would actually say, but at the same time, they're just totally fake. It's so surprising. What did you say? This is the family head's precious study and research
許
room.
可なく犯すなど誰にも許されませんよ。
No one is permitted to trespass without permission, okay?
ここにいる最高序列者は誰？
Oh, fuck. Yeah, who holds the highest rank?
私よ。
Me, right?
後ろ宮家序列第3位のこの私。
Fair, yeah, and Eva, the only thing is, even though she is totally nastily saying it, she's right. Yeah, I'm the third in rank of the Ushiromiya
もし開け
family.
てお父様にお叱りを受けるなら、それもまた最高序列者の役割よ。
Yeah, that is a good way to disprove what Natsuhi's saying. If we open it and get scolded by father, there's also the responsibility of the highest rank.
緊急事態につき、ここを開けるわ。
Because of the urgent circumstances, we'll open this door. Yeah, but at the same time, I do find it really interesting that, you know, Natsuhi's values have always been so ridiculous that even though it's a really, really urgent situation, this still matters more than, you know, firstly discovering if somebody's alive or not, and secondly, you know, reporting the situation that has happened. It's absurd. You have a key, right? Open it.
ご存知とは思いますが、書斎の扉はマスターキーでは開きません。
Ooh! Oh my god. Oh, that is bad. Basically, if Natsuhi doesn't fake the fact that she has one key, or maybe that her keys are missing, then basically, she's committed the murder of Kinzo. Oh my god, that looks so bad on her. So absurdly bad. I believe you know this, but the study door cannot be opened with the master key. Yeah.
最近は源氏様からも
Yeah,
紙をお
definitely,
手
yeah.
上げになられ
Are they going to use the card of the fact that, you know, the only keys to the master's room are actually within, as opposed to within any of their reaches? Like, within the room, as opposed to within any of their reaches. The master has recently taken away Genji-sama's key as
2
well.
本の鍵は全て
Yeah,
親
they
方
are, I
様
thought
が
so.
ご自身でお持ちになっておられました。
That's not even true, that's the thing. If Natsuhi is discovered to have lied about this, then, you know, of course, it is going to be the case that she is going to potentially be found out. So he has both keys on this
です
person.
のでその
Therefore,
この扉を開ける2本の鍵が全て書斎の内側にあるってわけか。
so both of the keys that can open this door are inside the study.
密室
A closed room? Yeah, definitely, yeah.
グッと
No, but the only thing is you don't even know whether Kinzo is dead yet.
やっと少
or
し
not.
面白くなりました。
Ah, yeah, it's finally starting to get a little interesting.
これで書斎の中で金蔵さんが
It'd be pretty neat if Kinzo-san
ベッ
was...
ドで首を切られて死んでいたら
You are
とても面白いで
mad!
すね。
Fucking hell. It'd be pretty neat if Kinzo-san was lying on the bed in there with his throat cut. Jesus
不謹慎が過
Christ.
ぎますよ、エリカさん。
Seriously, yeah, you're being far too indiscreet, Erika-san.
とにかくお分かりの通り、この扉はお父様が持つ鍵でしか開きません。
Anyway, as you know, this door can only be opened by the keys that father has.
つまり、
Yeah.
外からお父様に接触することは殺人犯であっても不可能ということです。
Yeah, that means anyone, even a murderer, will find it impossible to even touch father from outside the room. Being a bit defensive, aren't you,
です
Natsuhi?
から当主様が無事であるのは間違いありません。
But at the same time, this is the thing about Natsuhi. You can either interpret it as her being really defensive to cover up the fact that she's committed murder, or you could think that she is somebody who has a really significant connection to Kinzo and is doing anything to constantly reassure herself of the fact that Kinzo couldn't possibly be dead.
だからってお父様の安否を確かめなくていいって論法にはならないでしょ。
Still, that doesn't mean we shouldn't worry about confirming his safety. Exactly, yeah.
尊敬するお父様の無事をそんなに確かめたくないの？
Someone here is taking notes. Are you really so unconcerned for the safety of the father you respect so much?
そういうわけでは。
That isn't... oh, it's horrible. Yeah. Normally, she's done this perfectly, but this time, she's just let on a little bit too much information. Just a tiny bit. They can understand why Natsuhi would protect this study under normal circumstances. Yeah, normal circumstances, but at the same time, it's not a normal circumstance whatsoever. People knew that she probably didn't want to disturb the research of Kinzo, and that she certainly respected. Yeah, and that's really advantageous for her. And she was therefore trying to keep the unpleasant relatives away. Yeah. However, this was an extraordinary situation. Yeah, if anything, why is she still keeping that set of values in an emergency? Her respect can't be that big, can it? A murder had occurred. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, Nazi is persistent in keeping things quiet for Kinzo in a situation like this. Was hard to understand using common sense. Yes, because obviously there's more to it.
この島で起こっている殺人事件はおそらく碑文をなぞる見立て殺人になると思われます。
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. There's a good chance that the crime occurring on this island will turn out to be plotline murders mimicking the epitaph.
事件は続くものと考えるのが妥当でしょう。
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to assume the crimes will continue. You are totally right, yeah.
あの碑文を見立て殺人だとして見直すなら、さらに事件は続き、合計で13人の命が奪われる計算になります。
Yeah, if we... No, not 13. All of their lives. The Golden Witch shall revive and none shall be left alive. If we view these as plotline murders, then it will keep going until a total of 13 lives are taken.
13人という犠牲者がどれほどの人数か。
Do you have any concept of how many victims that would be?
おいおい。
Wait a sec.
この島に何人いると思ってんだ。
How many people do you think there are on this
そ
island?
のほとんどってことじゃねえか。
Yeah, exactly though. Yeah, wouldn't that be almost everyone?
のんのん、違います。
You've got it all wrong.
私の知る限り、ミステリー誌で最も死者が出る連続殺人は
As far as I know, the mystery novel with the most dead people in a serial
犯
murder.
人も含めて全員が死亡したイギリ
That's
スの某作
interesting,
品
yeah.
は10人です。
Yeah, there's a connection. I heard that Umineko is actually based on this book. I've not actually read it myself, but, you know, I've got to look into it. There are quite a lot of books that I need to, when I have the time, actually, you know, give a little read of the context for, because I've heard they actually provide some sort of intel when actually trying to solve the mysteries of Umineko that are really, really significant and obviously difficult to solve. These provide more context that most of it is explained in the game, but the stuff that isn't explained is probably really quite beneficial to see. And that is interesting, the title, and then there were none. Just from that, I can kind of infer that, you know, there were loads and loads of people that were on the island. They were just slowly killed one by one when they were actually trying to figure out what was happening. That's my assumption as to what was happening, but I don't know though.
日本ミステリー界では先生術師が探偵役を務めたあの作品かと。
Interesting. In the realm of Japanese mysteries, it's probably the Tokyo Zodiac Murders by Shimada Soji.
まあ、こっちは10人未満ですが。
Yeah, of course she's read them. I kind of get the impression that Erika is a massive, massive fan of anything related to mystery. Yeah, though there were less than 10 deaths in that one. I wonder how Umineko was actually based from this. Because obviously I think all of these are just, you know, it's just a subtle little way of saying what actually inspired the mystery of Umineko. Did you know?
このまま13人死ぬと、世界ミステリー史で最悪の快挙、最高の名誉。13人連続殺人事件が完成するんですよ。それどころかもしこの島の全員を殺してしまったら、なんと世界最高の連続殺人ミステリーと日本最高の連続殺人ミステリーを足したよりも多い歴史的快挙の連続殺人ミステリーが起こってしまうことになるかも。ねえ、知ってました？皆様方。
I am sorry, but how is it possible to be this separated from human emotions? You really think that these people want to know about the fact that they could potentially have a massive chance of dying, and that they are going, it's just going to be as if there is going to be a massive murder mystery and all of the people in the family are going to die no matter what happens? That's hilarious. Just to think how absurdly it is as if she is reading this all in a book and she doesn't even know these characters. She's just treating them as, you know, things that are there to theorize, not actual people. And it's just as if it's just a challenge that they're being treated as, not genuine people. It's horrible, it really, really is. But at the same time, it's just, you know, she's so interested in what she's actually doing and she is inspired by it so much that her morals completely, you know, deteriorate because of it. If 13 people die, as it seems they will, it will lead to the most infamous and famous development in the history of the mystery genre, the completion of a 13-person serial murder case, right? And if everyone on the island is killed, that'll make it a historical achievement in the world of serial murder mysteries, with even more deaths than the longest murder mystery in the world, and the longest one in Japan put together. Don't you see? Hey, didn't you know, everyone? That is actually really interesting to think. That surprises me. Oh yeah, her face. The culprit in this crime.
全世界全歴史のミステリーを塗り替えかねないとんでもない挑戦をしてるんですよ。
That is really interesting to think that. The culprit in this crime is giving us an incredible challenge. I find it really quite interesting that she is just treating it as if it's fully confirmed that the epitaph is actually going to be the means of killing and that 13 are going to die. She trusts her intellect so much. I do wonder if that could potentially lead to her downfall, by the way. I don't think it will be because of how clever she is, but maybe it could be, who knows, in the more tricky mysteries. The culprit in this crime is giving us an incredible challenge, one that might even surpass all of the mysteries throughout the world and throughout history. Jesus Christ. Of course, everyone realised that long ago, right? Ah, yeah. If you like mystery, Christie's a must read. If you're Japanese, then it's only natural that you've read Shimada Soji's works all the way through. Are you sure you've been reading enough, everyone? God, I really wonder what everyone is, you know, looking at her and thinking. It's useless. Huh? Ooh, this is going to be interesting. Right, Battler, you have one chance to roast the ever-loving fuck out of this person. You seize it. Looks like you haven't read enough yourself. Did I say something wrong? Erika, who had been chatting away happily all by herself up until a second ago. Yeah, changed her expression into a displeased glare in an instant. Oh, what you were saying about the Japanese mystery genre? Oh, I'm surprised. Sakaguchi Ongo's non-serial murders beats the Zodiac murders. Oh my god, this is going to be funny, seeing somebody as smart as her being disproved. The number of people was the same in both, right? Yeah, but at the same time, you could say that the non-serial murders, because of the fact that it was actually, it was published beforehand, you could in theory say that it was the first one to do it. And that it deserves to have the record more than the Tokyo Zodiac sign one. The Zodiac murders, right. They tie for the record, but non-serial murders was first published in 1947. Oh, yeah, 30. That's quite ironic. That's actually really quite ironic, 34 years difference. 34 is a number that obviously is prominent in anime history because of the 34th rule, but in Higurashi and Umineko, it is even more significant. The Zodiac Murders was 1981. Oh, this is better than a roast. If you know so much about it, shouldn't you have mentioned non-serial murders first? Oh my god! She doesn't even... This is the really interesting thing. She is so egotistical and she's so dependent on feeling right that whenever she is proven wrong, she just doesn't know what to do. Oh yeah, Erika glared at Battler with an expression that couldn't be just fully described with the word shock. And her arms shook as she stood there, lost for words. Oh my god, look at Lambda. That was not what I was expecting, but at the same time I see that, yeah, somebody has actually outsmarted, you know, Burn Space. Jesus Christ, she looks terrifying. That's so totally like. Well, that's understandable. Oh, the crimes of Zodiac take place in 1936, right? Oh, that must have gotten her confused, right? She kept on hitting the table over and over. Oh my god. Even Bonecastle, who had been struck with humiliation, snorted and started pounding the table and laughing in the same way. It's just too good. Not bad piece, Basil. Jesus Christ. I do not want to imagine what these people... Could you imagine a sleepover with Lambda and Burn? Like, not you having one, but them having a sleepover together. what their laughing would be like in a time like that. Oh my god. That is just... Their laughs are fucking terrifying. Like, genuinely, you just feel as if you are in a room where you feel that you are somewhere that if you ever heard a laugh like that, you should instinctively run. Genuinely, they laugh as if they are about to do something not only very illegal, but secondly, you know, very, very scary. That's hilarious, though. Oh my god, poor table. Her embarrassment. How red she was, though. She looks really pissed off. I'm impressed. You must read a lot, don't you, Batora-san? Books? Oh no! Books, I hardly read those at all. Yeah, he reads manga instead. You liar. You know. Quite a lot, don't you? I'd never say something as arrogant as I'm a book reader. Fair, yeah, I'm a book reader. Isn't something a person who doesn't even read 100 per year should say so lightly. Lightly, fair enough, yeah. Don't you think? You mere piece. Oh yeah, fake coughing to make the tension completely disappear and disperse. Nice one. Oh, cough. Fake cough. Yeah, seriously, yeah. Yeah, let's get back to, you know, the room. Yeah, anyway, we can't let such a massive crime take place. Yeah, seriously. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Now things have returned to how they should be. That's right. At any rate, checking out the safety is our first priority right now. Well, what should we do? Yeah, that's the best thing. With this lie, you can have no possible way of checking the safety. That's the best thing. This lie really works. He's ignoring the phone and our knocks. The keys are inside. Yeah, there's nothing we can do. Are we supposed to knock this stick door down? Fair, it won't be. And you can't even do it. That won't be easy. That is the worst thing. I mean, obviously she doesn't think this, but it is a reasonable assumption. Yeah, father might have been attacked by someone and severely injured, and maybe he's waiting for someone to help him. To be fair, I mean, though it is a ridiculous assumption to think that, you know, this may be happening if you can't hear anything whatsoever from him, you can't prove it. Even father will understand. Yeah, and if he has any rebukes, I'd be happy to take responsibility myself. But breaking down a door would be... Oh, I think not tending to the fact that somebody may be dead is a little bit ruder. Yeah, what if, with Eva's words, you know, Kienzl is potentially in a life or death situation where he needs somebody's help, but he can't obviously scream for help, or maybe he can and he's just refusing to, I don't know. You never know.
窓は
Ooh, what about the window?
そうです。
That's right.
窓です。
The window.
3階の窓まで届くはしごか何かはありませんか？
I find it really interesting that she's always trying to, you know, steal the show. That's right, the window. Is there a ladder somewhere that can reach as high as the third floor?
窓を破れ
Maybe.
ば中に入れるはずです。
We should be able to get inside by smashing the window. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Erika finally came back to her senses, and her tone regained its decisive edge.
3階の窓なんて
Is it impossible,
で
though?
ございますよ。
The third story window, that would be dangerous.
やってみなけりゃわからねえさ。
True, yeah, we won't know unless we
3
try.
階まで届くはしごはねえのか。
Is there a ladder around here that can reach up 3
園芸
floors?
倉庫のはしごにはそこまでの長さはないかと。
I don't think the ladder in the gardening shed is long enough.
ああ、ならボイラー室のはしごはどうですか？
Oh, who the fuck keeps a ladder in a boiler room? Then what about the ladder in the boiler
以
room?
前雨どいの上に鳥が巣を作った時、それを使った覚えが。
I remember using it earlier when a bird made a nest on top of... Oh, that's sweet. On top of the rain gutter.
ええ、あれなら届きますとも。
Wait, hang on a second. Maybe
間違いあ
that's
り
not
ません。
sweet. No, don't tell me that Gorda has literally took this bird's nest. Oh no. Oh, on top of the rain gutter though. Oh, that's actually... I mean, it is sweet that a bird has made a nest, but at the same time, it's just really quite sad that, you know, Gorda, in order to actually do his job, he's had to, you know, remove this habitat from the bird. Yeah, that is quite sad. I mean, he is just doing his job, but still. That is really interesting though, they're going to go to the boiler room because of the fact that there's a ladder in there. In the boiler room, could they potentially find Kinzo's corpse? I really hope they do, because if they do, then that could be a potential for some suspicion to be alleviated. I don't know though. I don't know, it's really hard to tell. It could either have the effect of alleviating suspicion from Natsuhi, or the entire opposite. Let's be honest, coming to think of it, I think it's going to be likely to be the opposite. That I'd be able to reach without a doubt. Yeah, he must have been extremely happy about thinking of something Kanon hadn't. Now, that is really interesting to think that, you know, there could be a potential way of entering Kinzo's study. But at the same time, though, there was no visible damage to the windows. It kind of depends though, are the windows locked on the inside, and can you actually enter the windows through this ladder? Because if you can enter the windows through the ladder, that could potentially disprove a lot of the closed rooms we've actually seen in the beginning, where Kinzo has died. Episode 3 is a really good example. Well, obviously we don't know where these people were actually killed, unless we've actually seen the murder ourselves. Maybe episode 2, really. Episode 1 as well. He must have been extremely happy about thinking of something Kanon hadn't. Looking pleased with himself as though he had won something. He glanced around at everyone. Oh my god. God, so many people want ego. My god. Ah, yeah, ironic that. He was probably hoping that Natsuhi would praise him, but she quickly avoided his... That's really quite funny. I wonder if Natsuhi knows about how, you know, how looking for approval, how desiring of approval he is. Of course, Kanon had known about that ladder too. However, in order to protect Kinzo's secret... Yeah, definitely, that's the worst thing. Yeah. He had intentionally pretended to have forgotten. Yeah. And that is why Natsuhi had, you know, averted her gaze quickly. But with this weather and the strong winds... Oh, yeah. Yeah, couldn't agree more. Isn't it just too dangerous? I agree. Yeah, if even the doctor says it. If someone gets seriously injured, we can't go to a hospital until tomorrow, right? That is fair. especially if it's surrounded by other buildings. The wind might not be as strong in the
とりあえず
courtyard.
様子を見てみる価値はあると思うけど。
I think it's at least worth it to take a look.
いや
That's going to be really interesting.
3階までとなる
Agreed.
となかなかにこれが大変。
God, look at how stressed Natsu he seems. It's just as if, you know, she cannot keep herself from, you know, not completely snapping, really. Yeah, but truly, going up to the 3rd floor will be quite a
トリマス
challenge.
の片付けの時もほとんどの使用人たちが尻込みしてしまい。
Back when we had to climb up the bird's nest, most of the servants shrank away from the danger.
それをこの不祥豪だが大役を買って出て見事に果たしたのです。
Yep, trying to make its achievements always seem better than they are. And that's when I, your humble servant, took on a major role in spectacularly handling the situation. Oh my god.
何の問題もないで。
I find it really quite funny that it's just so obvious that he is trying so hard for approval. I wonder if anyone actually thinks as if... I wonder if anyone actually thinks that this guy is worth it, but I don't really think anyone is thinking along those lines. Right, then there's no problem.
何しろ届くはしごに
Let's just get a ladder that will reach.
実績のある人間もいるんだし。
And it looks like someone here already has experience with this sort of thing.
Hi.
Oh my god! You idiot! Did you not see that coming? Oh my god, that's so funny. This is why you never brag about dangerous shit, my god! I find it really quite funny that there is no confirmation whether whether the windows can actually be locked. Sorry, open from the outside. Could you imagine if they actually can't be opened from the outside and the effort was just entirely wasted? The courtyard was surrounded on all 4 sides, so while the rain was still fierce, the winds almost had no effect. Very convenient, yeah. Fortunately, the ceiling jutted out a bit, so even the rain wasn't bad. Very good. You need visibility for something like this. Okay. Let's try standing the ladder up. This is going to be so cool. Be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Oh my god, seriously? Yeah. Sure. Would often Battler carried the special ladder, which was designed for work on high places. Yeah, it was designed for work, but at the same time that means, because of the fact that it is designed for high places, it is also very viable for accidents to occur in those high places. Yeah, God, that's got to be careful. We don't want to have a murder, or an accident like this. 2 umbrellas followed the pair. Yeah, Shannon and Connell were holding umbrellas and sheltering them from the rain. Good, yeah. Nah, it doesn't matter if we get wet. Don't be scared of the rain. Don't be pussies. Go back under the eaves. Goda-san. Oh, I love that. Yep, somebody's done a little bit of lying to get himself out of a situation. Yeah, not so worthy of praise now, are you? Well, to be fair, nobody will notice, so it doesn't really matter much, but still, it's just really, really funny that. This is going to be so interesting. I wonder what they're actually going to find.
Hi.
Yes.
ヒアルロンさんさえ十分ならはしごもスルスルなのですが、いや、本当に申し訳ない。
If only I had enough hyaluronan. What the fuck is that? Going up a ladder would be no problem at all. I'm truly sorry. What does it do? Right, okay, so, retains moisture in skin and eyes, lubricates the joints, yep. Plays a crucial role in the wound healing by controlling inflammation and redirecting blood flow to damaged tissue. Kind of like a valve then. And obviously it can't be much of a valve because of the fact that it's an acid rather than tissue, but still. Provides moisture to the skin, leading to smoother skin texture and anti-aging effects. That's interesting. So obviously the thing that's relevant here is the lubrication of joints. Yeah, obviously somebody has a quote-unquote bad knee. Yeah, Gorda clambered forward to replace Shannon and Cannon. Actually, what's this giddy egg? Yeah. Dad Hammer! Oh my god. Cool. No, he's gonna have to do it. But you love athletics, don't you? Not much as I love my cool handyman dad. You little brat. Ooh, you've got to be kidding me. He's actually going to go up. By the way, this is interesting. I bet you he just, like, you know, fully flicked his ear just then. Sheesh, I guess I've got to show you the son of mine, a good side every once in a while. Batara Gorda-san. Oh my god, hold that ladder down tight. Make sure you're looking up, okay? Oh, yeah, and that explains how they're actually going to make it so that the window is broken into. My hand might slip and you'll have this hammer tumbling down on you. It's interesting. Could you, in theory, break into Keensor's study and defy the fact that they are, you know, unopenable from the outside without destroying them? You could maybe find some sort of means of replacing the glass from within, or maybe you could, I don't know. You could find a means of replacing the glass. You could somehow carry some glass with you or something absurd like that. If this is Witch's arguments, then it could be valid. And then obviously you could just hide wherever until everything has been happening. But at the same time, you would have to be you would have to be someone who is faking a death. And in episode 1, for example, let's say the people who were dead were fakes. And the real people would be the people to do something like that. But I don't know, it's just a totally ridiculous argument. It is just a theory that is in theory possible. In actuality, it's not very, you know, practical. Oh god, yeah. Don't worry. I'll catch it and smash your head in. After putting the hammer, they'd gotten to smash the window in his pocket and cracking his knuckles. Oh my god, he cracks his knuckles. Bruh, that's so sad. Rudolph started climbing. That's going to be really quite interesting. I wonder what's actually going to happen. Will Rudolph-sama be okay? Well, if they keep on holding with the ladder and they don't do any errors, then of course will Rudolph-sama be okay? He'll be fine. Oh. I like that. That guy could totally be in an action movie. That's good. Yeah. Plus, sports are one of his strong points. Oh, you should tell me how my skating prowess is supposed to help me climb ladders. I am Ina Bauer. Always in a big pinch or whatever. What, is that like some sort of famous skater? Yeah, it is, yeah. German figure skater. Oh yes, I'm really good at basketball or skating or football or, I don't know, dodgeball. I'm going to be able to climb a ladder, obviously. He'll manage to avoid dying, so there's nothing to worry about. More importantly, we're really lucky that the shutters aren't down. Isn't it a common practice to lower the shutters to father's study for the night? Oh, yeah. Good, because of the fact that you can actually make it so that it's been obvious that you haven't been permitted to enter, strengthening Natsuhi's belief. But, oh boy, why has Kinzo not done it? There is something that is a little bit bad. Oh, that's not good. That really isn't good. Another thing that incriminates Natsuhi. Yes, when we're permitted to enter and exit, we open and close them in the morning at night. Good. Good, he saw what I saw. However, I think it was decided that such a thing was unnecessary for the time being, so it was left open. I see. Yeah, and she trusts him. That's the best thing. Father will be pretty mad, won't he? Oh, well, I think that's a little bit ideal to think. By the way, I find it really surprising. They haven't actually seen the body in the boiler room. That surprises me even more. If his son smashes his window and comes in while he's sleeping... That's probably... It'd be wonderful if we didn't have to smash the window, don't you think? Oh yeah, seriously, but at the same time, there is no other way. There really isn't. They don't have to smash the window whatsoever, and it is interesting that Natsuhi being so refusing to keep a secret is basically making somebody risk their entire life to climb and smash the window. Both Shannon and Konon knew that Kinzo no longer existed in this world. Yeah, Natsuhi had ordered them to interfere as much as possible. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, but now that it had come to this, there was nothing that the two of them could do. They had tried to interfere by pretending they didn't know about a ladder that could reach up to the 3rd floor window, but... Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, because of Gordas showing off, that ladder had been found. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, screw you, Gorda. Rudolph carefully climbed the ladder. He would reach the 3rd floor window very soon as he did this. Shannon O'Connell stared at him, looking uneasy. Oh yeah, understandable, yeah. After this, what will happen next? Oh yeah, to the two of them. To Madam. To the Master. Yeah, definitely, yeah. I really do wonder because obviously, well, the servants, they're just going to be treated as part of the conspiracy. And the Master Key related stuff, they are going to be suspected. Very soon, Rudolph will reach the window. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely, yes. It was already the Amphilis Room's barrier. Yeah. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, the soldiers are scaling the ramparts trying to reach the other side. The moment of surrender is truly right before our eyes. Yeah. Yeah, I'm prepared to be erased at any moment. Can't let that happen. You have to remain alive, even if it means crawling through the dirt. I'll think about what to do next. Yeah, fair. For now, escape from this place. You may say that, but what can I do? Oh, fair. Eva and the rest are still camped out in the hallway, and Rudolph is approaching the window. That is tricky. Gap. There's no way of retreating through the door or the window. In that case, perhaps you could hide under the bed. Or perhaps Gap could do her job. So I am not even permitted the chance to wait for the enemy's arrival when my throne. It is interesting that, you know, the people we would normally think of good characters, you know, the people that Kinzo would view as enemies. It is interesting that. You might have done that when you were still alive. Yeah. But now you're a ghost that Natsuhi and I brought to life. Yeah, ghosts should do what ghosts do best and hide under the bed or in a closet. In a closet. They're still going to think that he's dead no matter what he does. Will something like that really deceive their eyes? My. Don't worry. Yeah. I'll be with you. Yeah, good one. Good one, yeah. I'll let you escape at the last moment. It'll be dangerous for you. Even though you're a demon, you won't get away unscathed if you're burned by the magic-resistant toxin. Don't worry about that. Ah, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, anyway, I need things to at least get that bad before my heart stops pumping. How comforting. I understand. Hide under the bed. Right. Interesting. Milady. Yeah, Rudolph will reach the window very soon.
Gap.
Oh. I've changed my mind. I'll guard this place. Really? Interesting. Hide yourself along with Ronove. I know. What is Beatrice thinking? What did you say? You've got it backwards. Yeah, I don't really understand that much whatsoever. Anti-magic toxin. We've got to remember that. Could potentially be really quite harmful to Beatrice. Didn't we plan to leave this place to Gap and have you retreat, milady? Though Ronove should have been used to our fickleness, this surprised him for the first time in a long while. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Belton may have been a powerful queen, but she was also an important piece that, yeah, mustn't be exposed to danger. Yeah, but obviously she would be here. Though she was strong, running to the front lines without any plan would not be a praiseworthy move. No, I agree, yeah. What kind of whim is this? Ooh. It's just a whim. I'm not so fond of boredom that I can simply sip tea while leaving everything to you. I've just gotten the urge to jump into the struggle right away. That is interesting. I understand. It is your game after all. This is really interesting. I do wonder if Beatrice, you know, totally defying everything that should be done in this battle. I wonder what's actually going to happen to her. And I really, really do wonder, you know, how this is actually going to impact everything. You can do as you wish. Fair. I'll carefully watch over the corpses of the first Twilight that I erased, making sure nothing happens to them. Fair enough, actually, yeah, sorry for stealing your time to shine. No, but it is really interesting. So Kinzo's basically going to hide, and then Beatrice is going to try and... I don't know what she's going to do. Is she going to talk to Rudolph? Is she going to, I don't know, just make it so that Rudolph is somehow threatened to piss off? Or, I don't know... It is interesting that because of the fact that Kinzo isn't alive, he doesn't get the dignity that one alive deserves in some sort of battle-like situation like this. It is quite brutal, but at the same time, it's fair. You need to stay protected. Better safe than sorry. Hmm. I just find it really, really interesting to think that Beatrice, because of the fact that she is the highest in terms of ranking, she can do things like this and actually get away with them. You know, the only reason she is actually doing a ridiculously reckless move is because of the fact that she, you know, cannot sacrifice her boredom so much so that, you know, whenever a really, really, you know, a moment that is filled with potential arises, she can just ignore it. She won't, even though it may potentially cost her life. It's ridiculous, it really, really is. Is this really acceptable, my lady?
わらわは目立つのが三度の飯より好きであることはそなたも知っておろうが
You should know that I like showing off even more than my 3 meals a day.
ガープの出番も
That's hilarious. I've done nothing but gobble up Gab's turn.
気にするでない
Don't worry about it. Oh my god. God, this is just Gorda, but... yeah. Norve and Gap both fell silent. I mean, my god, if you saw somebody with a terrifying grin like that, I don't really think you would want to do anything but fall silent. The two of them had already noticed. Lady Bancastle, who used Fururo Erika as a piece, was a terrifying... Agreed, yeah, was a terrifying opponent. This fight will probably be terrifying as well. Beltor couldn't expose Gap, her friend, to this danger. And that's interesting, yeah, and that is understandable because maybe there is going to be such a big anti-magic toxin that Gap could potentially be the one who is going to be put at risk, or maybe even dead, who knows. Beltor bluffed and said that wasn't the case, but Norve and Gap had already figured it out. Therefore, after confirming Beltor's resolve one last time and seeing that she was completely firm in her decision, yeah, to be honest, it doesn't seem within character for Beatrice to make a decision as ridiculously stupid as something like this. Yeah, they nodded in silence and accepted it. No, because it is really interesting to think that... Yeah, I understand. Yeah, because obviously you have all of the anti-magic toxin of the people outside, and then you have somebody who has a lot of it, i.e. Rudolph, and then you're just coming into direct contact with him. I understand. I'll leave this place to you. I'm rooting for you. Take care. She sounds a little bit pissed off. Jesus Christ, her face. Fucking hell. Please watch over my efforts to your heart's content.
おそらくベルンカステル卿は金蔵の不在を密室議論からカンパしてくるでしょう。
Lady Bancastle will probably start trying to expose Kinzor's absence with a closed room argument. Yeah, fair enough. So did Erika.
密室での戦いは本来ガープの方が得意とします。
Fights in a closed room are normally Gap's area of expertise.
広い場所で戦ってこその支配者です。
Queens are commanders because they're best at fighting in wide open areas. Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair. Yeah, this won't be an easy fight because obviously it's just entirely different to what Beatrice is used to. I'm fully aware of that. I currently serve Natsuhi. That is fair. Yeah, watching Natsuhi's danger from above and letting Gap take care of it doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, that does make sense. I understand. I wish you luck in battle. Be careful. If it becomes a complete closed room, we won't be able to come in and help you. Oh, that's interesting. I'll laugh at them a bit, and if things get bad, I'll just grab Kinzo and run for it. It's easy.
過去に未来にいくらでも逃げ出す場所はあるわ。
With the door and the window, the past and the future to choose from. They can travel back in time as well. That's absurd. Or forward, obviously. There are plenty of places to run to. Of course I won't let this become a closed room.
姿はなくともすぐ近くで応援してるわ。
Though you won't see us, we'll be cheering you on from very close by. Good luck. Yeah, that is really, really interesting because even though Gap specialises in making closed rooms happen, she is not going to be the one who is permitted to serve at this occasion because of the fact that it doesn't really concern, you know, it concerns Natsuhi, somebody who doesn't really have much relevance to her. And it is interesting that, you know, Beatrice is really making it so that this is a risk. This is an opportunity filled with risk, but at the same time she's still doing it, and it's just really interesting to see that show of, you know, total devotion to the person she's actually serving. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, Gap and Nonova became a swarm of gold butterflies and disappeared. And Kinzo melted into the darkness beneath the bed. Ha 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 ha, I love that. Yeah, nice one. Oh. Surprising. Then Bertolt also became a swarm of gold butterflies and melted away inside the study. After that, After that, all figures and signs of life had disappeared from the study, and it once more regained a silence, as though no one had been there from the beginning. That is interesting. I wonder what Beatrice is actually going to do. Then Rudolph's outline slipped into view from beyond the window's curtain. So Kinzo has actually been, you know, he's literally been melted from under the, this is a cool CG, from under the bed. That's quite funny. Dad, if you're there, answer. Well, I don't really think he's going to answer. Somebody is dead. Dad. As he yelled, he hit the window. Yeah, his foot was so uncertain that just hitting the window felt life-threatening. Jesus Christ. Oh no, that's bad. But of course, this is Rudolph, the show-off, deciding that he couldn't do anything stupid with so many people watching from below. Yeah. He suppressed the fear from being so high up, and boldly knocked on the window. Come on, grandfather, can't he hear? Nah. I wonder. Fuck's same. Yeah, I hope he doesn't drop the hammer. How many seconds have passed? Yeah, it's been 30 seconds since he knocked on the window. So, he'll really... Yeah, he will smash it. Smash it. Oh, wow. The thing that's really, really good about this, even though it obviously is a pointless thing to say, it does divert the attention from the fact that you are someone who knows about his death. At the same time, though, the only people who are mentioning comments like these, with the intent that I just mentioned, yeah, they're only the servants. Bit interesting, that, isn't it? Well, someone was kind enough to brag about how accepting that anger is her duty, so there's no need to worry. Rudolph-san. Yeah, that's enough. Do it. Oh my god. That's just me thinking, how the fuck can Rudolph hear Kirie? I do find it really funny to think that he could literally lose his footing any second. Yeah, he is so... Yeah, his ego will not let him stop. Yeah, that's ironic. Yeah. Ever. This is going to be interesting. Sure. Oh, well, I don't really think he's going to be alive to complain. Damn it, Dad, you better not complain after I smash it. I really hope we get a CG of the smashed window. He hit it several times, and eventually, a fist-sized hole opened up in the glass because of his unstable footing. This took a lot of it. Oh, fucking hell, yeah, I can see that. That must be really, really scary. Using the end of the hammer skillfully, he brushed aside the now fractured bits of glass and opened the hole further. Yeah, good one, yeah, nice. Stuck his hand in through it and unlocked the window. Good. Oh boy. Yeah, nice one. Oh my god, I mean, obviously they are up now. He is up now, but at the same time, how the fuck is he going to get down? I mean, my god, that must be... If you ask me, I think with the ladder, going down would be the more terrifying part. I mean, my god, he is literally 3 floors up. I don't even want to imagine how high that must be. I mean, god, if I was in a situation like this, I think I would just be so scared that I wouldn't even be able to move my mouth. No, to be fair, I'd probably do it. I'd probably just, you know, psych myself up for it. I'm good at psyching myself up to do scary things. But at the same time, I wouldn't want to. No way. If you can avoid a situation like this, avoid it with any cost. Because it will be worth it. After that, he flopped onto the floor, using his entire body to enjoy the relief of having a ground under him. Oh yeah, understandable, yeah. Dad, it's Rudolph. Answer me. Oh, this is going to be interesting. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Kinzo's study was a small villa he had created inside the mansion. I see that, yeah, a study, a library, a place to sleep. Yeah, there's even, yeah, an bathroom and a washroom. It's absurd, yeah. You could literally live in this one room. Obviously, it would be absurd to do so, and you shouldn't, but you could in theory. It was divided into multiple rooms. Yeah, that's right. With all this at your fingertips, it wouldn't be hard to spend your days in this study without leaving at all. Yeah, definitely, yeah. The bed was empty. There were marks on it that made it seem as though somebody had slept on it. That slipped down. Yeah, but there was no one in sight. This happens a lot in ninja movies. Oh, this would be interesting. Someone finds that the bed is still warm, so the occupant couldn't have gone far. Is it warm? Oh, that's bad. Rudolph tried pressing his hand on the bed, but he couldn't feel any heat at all. And he would have thought that if Ginzo had died today, then there would have been some sort of heat left from when he had, well, he literally would have died in his bed. There is no blood, yet no heat at the same time. So that could either be indicative of the fact that he hasn't died in his sleep, or he has died somewhere else. But at the same time though, my argument is, if he has died somewhere else, why isn't there still heat on the bed? You would have thought that if he's died somewhere in a time around, you know, let's just, this is denying magic by the way, in a time around when, you know, everything has actually occurred, and, so around probably, I don't know, midnight or something like that, I don't know, it's actually really hard to tell when the exact time was, but obviously after midnight, I'd say like midnight to 3 AM, maybe. So, yeah. Why, in that case, has he not... Is there no warmth in the bed, even though he was probably murdered near a time he would be sleeping in? Is it indicative of the fact that he never went to bed, and he was killed before he could go to bed? If you look at magic denial. Oh my god, not only was there no heat, it felt completely ice cold. And the bed wasn't the only thing that was ice cold. The air inside the room, and even the presence about it, if that's the right word for it. Oh yeah, ironic. Yeah. Even that felt ice cold. To Rudolph, it felt as though Ginzo had slipped out of this room a long time ago. Yes, and that is a reasonable assumption. However, it's been well cleaned. Yeah, it's just so funny that, yeah. Yeah, definitely, yeah, you have signs of having been lived in. Wrinkles in the bed. Yeah, the slight angle of the chair. Oh, yeah, fair, yeah, but this is a setup, I think. Here and there were many marks that would have doubtlessly have been cleaned or fixed up if somebody had come in to make the beds. Yeah, that's set up, yeah, definitely. As far as I can tell, off by the top of my head, that must have slipped out of bed several hours ago at the latest. That'd be the same general time period as the brutal murder case. Yeah. Guess we can't be sure Ginzo's absence and the crime are completely unrelated. Agreed. For the time being, he leaned out of the window and told Kiryet and the others in the courtyard to come back up. Yeah, since he was going to unlock the door. That's interesting. Then he pushed the button on the study desk and released the door's auto lock. Nice. This is going to be so cool. There was a heavy clunking sound, and Natsuhi and the rest dashed in immediately. Father, good morning. Sorry, it isn't, but it isn't Dad. Yeah, I'm the one who opened it. Was Ginzo-san there? Nope. Yeah, Erika's going to be really good for circumstantial evidence, I feel. It looks like someone slipped out of the bed, but you can't tell when that happened. Oh god, and Natsuhi-san was the last person to meet him, right? At around 11 last. Oh, you have just asked for it at this point. Around 11 last night. I wonder if that means he slipped out of the study sometime after that and went somewhere else. That's...
お父様は気まぐれな方。
Well, it must consider father's fickle
唐
nature.
突に夢で啓示を受けたと言い出して深夜に起き出してお屋敷の中を歩き回るようなこともよくありました。そうですよね、南條先生。
Yeah, it's just really, really interesting. You can so subtly tell, but it is still there in her voice and how she makes it, and how she is just desperately trying to talk herself out of the situation. It is valid though. I don't disagree with what she's saying. That's the best thing about it.
That's
convenient. True, this has happened before. Anyway, he is a fickle person. Yeah, obviously Nanjo trying to conceal the fact that, you know, the abnormality of him walking out. Good one. Right, Kumasawa-san? Oh, he's been a little bit too unconfident. Oh, she's saving it though. That's true. Perhaps he had a strange dream and slipped out of bed. That isn't uncommon at all, yes. That is a really, really good question. And why did he never ever come back? And why is he not in the boiler room as well? Then where did he slip off to? Yeah. But the only thing is, this is really, really advantageous for Natsuhi. If I was Natsuhi, I would make it so that this lead is pursued, because obviously this could entirely divert the attention of, you know, the fact that Kinzo has been murdered. But at the same time, you cannot have 7 killings on the first night. It all depends on whether Kraus is alive or not. It's a gamble. It really, really is. If Kraus is alive, then there are only 5 killings, and then obviously that would be fine if the suspicion was somehow alleviated from you. But if there are 7 killings, then it's going to be obvious that someone has been, you know, using this as an excuse to kill, and then she's going to look the most suspicious. See.
Oh, but
there was someone who interfered. We should have checked to make sure that father was safe from the beginning, right? Oh. can't be sure he isn't in this room.
ひょっとすると犯人に縛られてクロー
That is
ゼットの
understandable.
中に閉じ込められているということもあるかもしれない。
That's a reasonable assumption. Maybe the culprit tied him up and locked him in the closet or something like that.
ですね。
Good point.
探しましょう。
Let's search.
当主様の大切な書斎ですよ。
Oh, your pride is not gonna work here, mate. This is the head's precious
未来
study.
に物に触れないように。
You mustn't touch things without reason.
ああ、そうだ。
Oh yeah, that's right.
犯人さんに申し上げておきます。
Oh my god. Wow. That's absurd. That has got to be one of the best reveals I think I've ever seen. Okay, I'm sorry, but if you cannot say that that was the most unexpected thing that was ever going to happen. I mean, it's one of the things where it was so unexpected, but at the same time it had reason, and it was something you knew was coming, but at the same time it was just done in the most unexpected manner. Oh my god, that was brilliant. Oh wow, this is going to be interesting. What is actually going to happen here? Oh my god. When Lassie heard the said right in front of her heart oh yeah, understandable. Whose heart wouldn't freeze? But Erika had only just happened to be standing right in front of Natsuhi when she said it. Oh. She had directed her words to the room at large. She hadn't been speaking to Natsuhi in particular. Natsuhi turned her back on Erika, trying to prevent her faltering expression from being noticed.
私、記憶力は写真並みです。
Well, that is tricky. Oh my god. I have a photographic Jesus
何
Christ.
かの証拠を隠蔽しようとして現場を改ざんすれば。
To be honest, now I see why she is so absurdly clever. There's one thing having a memory as good as a memory like Erika's, and, you know, there's another thing actually doing stuff with it, because I'm assuming a lot of people with photographic memory, they may have it, but they may not do much of it. If you have the photographic memory and then you combine it with immense hard work like she has done to actually get to this position, then of course you can really, really be just absurdly good. You really can be. That's hilarious. Oh my god, I so thought that she was referring to Natsuhi, and I thought it would have been reasonable if she would have found out that Natsuhi was the culprit. Interesting that she does feel that the culprit is one of the people who was in here, though. I have a photographic memory. If you try to alter the crime scene by hiding some evidence, I'll know right
こんな
away.
ところでボロを出して
Ironic
私を
that.
失望させないでください。
Please don't slip up here and disappoint me.
フーダニットが犯人のボロや出現で特定できるミステリーなんて三流だと思いません？
Any mystery where the whodunit is solved by a culprit's slip up or misspeak is only third rate, don't you think? Well, so when she says third rate, is it just as if it's a really bad quality one? Yeah, of inferior or very poor quality. Fair enough.
何を言っているのか分かりかねますが、不謹慎な発言は慎むように。
You should just not talk. I'm not even joking. I don't understand what you're saying, but try to refrain from incautious remarks.
お父様、いらっしゃいませんか？
Father, are you there?
お返事をしてください。
Please answer me. Nancy, he started walking around and calling out in a loud voice. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Refusing to let Erika say any more. There was a knock. Ah, right. Kirie and the others who had gone down to the courtyard had returned.
やっぱりお父様はいない？
So father isn't here after all.
どっかに踏んじばられて閉じ込められてるかもな。
Yeah, very might be tied up and shut away somewhere around here.
探すところだ。
We were just trying to search for him.
よくこんなところにいつまでも閉じこもっていられる
Oh
もんだ
god, yeah, understandable. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it is fair in the fact that it has all the necessities required, but at the same time, how can you get this little vitamin D? I mean, Jesus Christ, especially when you're old as well. That would just be such an awful way to spend retirement without even going outside. I'm surprised he managed to shut himself away in a place like this for all that time. Oh, that's interesting. Give it up, Nessa. Yeah, definitely. Couldn't agree more. We can't change anything now.
奥様はどうなさるつもりかしら。
Me too. And what everyone else plans to do, especially Beatrice. What does she plan to do? I wonder what Madam plans to do.
自分でついてきた嘘のつけさ。
Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Get payback for all the lies she's told up until now. Probably.
運命は神様に委ねましょう。
Let's leave fate in God's hands. Yeah, obviously don't make the fate altered by somebody potentially hearing them. Many people clambered about Kinzo's vast study, looking here and there, inside the closet and in the bathtub. God. Even in the refrigerator. Well, to be fair, it may be a say or not the damn moment, and, you know, he may quite literally be in the fridge. Even in the refrigerator and under the study desk. Yeah, they looked everywhere, almost as though they were it in a game of hide and seek. Oh, I like that, yeah. However, not only were they unable to spot Kinzo. Yeah, definitely, yeah, that's interesting. They couldn't even find a single suspicious mark. Yep. Seems clear that father isn't here. That's enough. I think what she's trying to do is she's trying to make it so that the attention is alleviated and everyone goes somewhere else so that the barrier can deteriorate less, I think. It seems clear that the father isn't here. That's enough. Please don't disturb father's precious study anymore. Any further? That's right, that's right. Fair enough. Who doesn't? There's nothing more the master. There's nothing the master hates more than having things moved around without his permission. Yeah, father's nowhere to be found. Maybe he really was caught up in this crime. Though we can't be sure of that. Well, he wasn't. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, Natsuhi averted her gaze once more. Oh, yeah, showing signs of a liar. It's okay, Natsuhi. Seriously, yeah, we truly do have our backs against the wall. On the off chance that someone entered the study, I had planned to trick them by saying he'd probably gone for a walk somewhere. However... Yeah, definitely, yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, he wouldn't have known that, but still. Yeah, no one would believe that I get dressed up for a casual midnight stroll in a mansion where a murder has occurred and many people have been killed. Fair, that's a really, really good thing. He has such an extravagant personality that it really isn't... that anything really, really unusual isn't actually that alarming. Though I wouldn't put it past myself to do such a thing. Come now, Kinzo. Be a good boy and hide under the bed. It's okay, Natsuhi. You may remain calm. Fair, yeah. It's possible to prove that someone exists, but you can't prove that someone doesn't exist. Yeah. True. That is very true. In other words, the human world is one in which, regardless of whether something exists or not, you can make it so that they exist. And the shadows that can make such things exist are themselves the world of us witches, the world of demons. Yeah, definitely, you mean the devil's proof. Yes.
だから安心するがよい。
So don't worry.
悪魔の力がそなたを絶対に守るぞ。
The power of demons will most certainly protect you.
お父様と夫の名誉が守れるなら、私はこの身を悪魔に捧げようとも構いません。
If you could protect the honor of father and my husband, I wouldn't mind sacrificing this body of mine to demons.
良い覚悟だ。
Your resolve is good. No, I see that, but at the same time, I mean, it's really quite funny that the more unhealthy the resolve, the better it is to witches and demons. Don't be anxious.
絶対に金蔵は殺させぬ。
Yeah, I most certainly will not let Kinzo be killed. Ooh, that's interesting. Wonder what that is. It is really quite interesting to think that the shadows that can actually satisfy devil's proofs are things that are not human in origin anyway. At that time, a dry sound suddenly rang out twice. Oh! Right, Erika clapped her hands, seeking everyone's attention. Though such an action should have been above a guest's place. Oh no, but at the same time, this is how a guest entirely assumes authority. Yeah, for some reason, it already felt like a natural right of hers. Yeah, this reminds me of a lot of detective stories. I've seen an adaptation of an Agatha Christie related story where this is an entire concept where a guest assumes authority because of the fact that they have the most detective skill. Yeah, after all, she was the detective. Yeah, fair. Yeah. I think that's enough. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah, Ushidomi Akinzo was nowhere to be found in this study. Yeah. Yeah, we've searched everywhere he could be hiding. That's nowhere to be seen. Yeah. Yeah, that's the funniest thing. Furthermore, we found nothing that looks suspicious. Yes, we didn't find anything at all. Erika said it again. Definitely, yeah, they hadn't been able to discover anything. In that case, we mustn't loiter around this room. Natsuhi should really stop this because Erika notices the most subtle of things. She will pick up on this when having suspicion for Natsuhi, because obviously we know she does, judging by the beginning of the visual novel. In that case, we mustn't loiter around this room. Do you understand how angry father would be if he learned that so many people were loitering, were looking through his study? I just really find it interesting to think about, you know, Kanon and, you know, somebody who really sees the truth behind these lies and how awful they are. It must be so irritating just to listen to this, knowing that it is a lie in person. Eva-san. Eva-san, you said you were prepared to take responsibility, didn't you? Are you prepared for him to break off relations with you for the rest of your life? Oh, God. That's the father to decide. Fair, yeah, not you. Silence, please.
状況を整理したいと思います。
I'd like to lay out the situation.
昨夜の23時に最後にこの部屋で金蔵さんにお会いになられたのは夏日さんですね。
At 11 last night, the last person to meet Kinzo-san in this room was Natsuhi-san, right?
それをどなたか証明できますか？
Oh, can anyone confirm that?
証明
Confirm?
ええ、そうです。
Yes, that's right.
だって夏日さんが本当に昨夜の
Yeah,
23
definitely,
時に
yeah.
ここを訪れたかどうかは夏日さんしか自称していません。
Yes, that's right. After all, the only one who claims that Natsuhi-san really did stop here at 11 last night is Natsuhi-san herself.
金蔵さんが昨夜確かに夏日さんがやってきたと証明してくれればいいのですが。
There really wouldn't be a problem if Kinzo-san confirmed that Natsuhi-san really did come here last night. Yeah, but somebody's a little bit missing. Yeah, but that vital witness isn't here. Yeah, that looks bad. So you're saying that alibis are the foundation of a mystery?
ええ、そうです。
Yes, that's right.
アリバイは大事です。
Yeah, definitely, alibis are important.
どうせ推理の役にはほとんど立たないのですが。
Fair, yeah, of course they're almost useless when it comes to the actual theory
そ
making.
の辺の重箱をつつかないといけないとお作法で決まってますので。
Yeah, I see that, but it's common courtesy to poke around those boxes. Yeah, and obviously, I mean, even though they may be entirely useless because you would have to defy... No, but at the same time, I disagree with this. What if, for example, it's an alibi-related question where... A problem, even, where the alibi has totally been disproven. You take note on the fact that the alibi has been disproven, and then you use that to aid you in your theory. Because of the fact that the alibi has been disproven, why have they wanted to have done that? To have made that, you know, something that was actually happening? What was their, you know, intended thing to do, really?
?昨夜の殺人のアリバイ探しなんてやってもないくせに、じい様の失踪についてだけはアリバイ探しをするのかよ。
That is a good question. Yeah. Even though you didn't ask for alibis regarding last night's murder, you are doing it for grandfather's disappearance.
No,
I see that. You really are a fickle person. No, but at the same time, I do kind of see why she wouldn't, because everyone's alibi could potentially be established. It doesn't really seem like it would make much sense as to why she wouldn't do that, though. I mean, it just doesn't make sense why she hasn't got a key grasp of the scene. Oh, don't worry.
もちろん第一の晩の殺人について。
Oh, that's bad, yeah. Yeah, Natsuhi is going down. I think it's obvious. I've no fear that I will fully examine everyone's alibis.
みっちりとアリバイについて全員に
Oh,
確認さ
right,
せてい
okay.
ただきます
Yeah,
の
that
で。
does make sense, because
ご期待を。
coming to think of it, that really did seem like an incompetent, you know, part regarding Erika that just wouldn't make sense. I mean, you have got to have some godlike intuition. I mean, you can't have photographic memory to solve something without, you know, the alibis not being there. You literally have to have X-ray vision or some sort of X-ray vision and or some sort of means of going back in time, or I don't know, exact footage showing the murders. But to be fair, exact footage showing the murders doesn't really have that much of a significance, especially because it could be doctored with. I have no fear that I will fully examine everyone's alibis regarding the murders of the first Twilight later.
それでどなたか夏日さんが23時にここを訪れたことを証明はできませんか？
So, can anyone confirm that Natsuhi-san visited here at 11?
できなければ夏日さんが最終目撃者であることから疑わなければなりませんが
If no one can, we'll be forced to doubt whether Natsuhi-san really was the last person to spot him. Yeah, fair.
Are
you saying that I can't be trusted?
いえいえむしろ逆です
No, no, it's actually the
あ
opposite.
なたには犯人であってほしくないんです
Well, somebody's gonna have their hopes completely shattered. I hope you aren't the
だっ
culprit.
てすっごくつまらないじゃないですか
After all, that'd make this really boring.
一番怪しい人物が本当に犯人だったなんて三流ミステリーの極
Yeah,
みです
that is interesting. Only the worst third-rate mysteries have the most suspicious person as the culprit.
夏日さんが怪しい
Oh, that is really... Oh my god, that's so genius. That is really, really genius. Oh, wow, I love that. Yeah, Natsuhi-san is suspicious.
待ってくれ
Yeah, I love that she just so casually says something that is really, really big. I mean, obviously, it's something that we can infer easily, and we already have done, obviously, because of our background knowledge that Erika doesn't have. But at the same time, it's just really quite funny that, you know, she's definitely picked up on what we have been thinking. Wait a second.
どうしてそういう論法になるんだね
How can you say that? Very defensive as
そ
well.
うですとも
But at the same time, Gorda doesn't really have much of that defense, so
奥
yeah.
様が怪しいなど出現にも程があります
Calling Madam suspicious is the height of discourtesy.
静かに
Ha, be quiet.
南條先生ゴーダ
Doesn't Anjo or Gorda.
ありがとう
Thank you.
エリカさん
Erika-san.
それだけの無礼な発言をなさるに足る根拠は終わりなんでしょうね
I just find it so funny how posh these people speak. My god. Do you have some sort of proof to justify such a rude outburst?
え
Yes.
すっごいシンプルで嫌なんですけどね
Though it's so simple that it
テレ
annoys
ビ
me.
ドラマレベルの根拠で恐縮ですがそれでもよければ
Sorry to bother you with this TV drama quality evidence, but if you don't mind.
聞かせてもらおうじゃね
No, yeah, why don't you let us hear it? When Battle glared at her, a cold expression rose to Erika's face for an instant. But it was only for an instant. Oh yeah, that's probably still the hatred from having disproved Battle. But I do find it interesting, you know, after smiling peacefully and gazing around at everyone, she started to talk. A total demon! Yeah, she looked like the main character in a play. Yeah, who would come out onto the stage bathed in a spotlight?
今朝の話です
It's about this
殺
morning.
人が起こって大騒ぎになった時のことを思い出してください
Please remember the time after the murders occurred during the big uproar that followed.
事件のことを金蔵さんに伝えたいけれど
Oh,
いくら電話しても出てくれない
We wanted to tell Kinzo-san about the crime, but he wouldn't come out no matter how many times we called him on the telephone.
その時のことです
Yeah, I remember that time.
とにかく連絡が取れんのはまずいんとちゃうか
Anyway, isn't it bad that we can't get in contact with him? Yeah, in the worst case, Father might not even know there's been a crime, right?
さあどうでしょう
Well, I wonder. Keenly noticing that people were starting to doubt Kinzo's existence. Yeah, Konon mumbled those words.
最後にお父様に会ったのは誰
Who was the last person to meet Father?
いつ
And when?
私です
It was me.
昨夜バトラ君が黄金を見つけたと騒ぎになる直前までお父様の書斎で一日の報告をしておりました
I find it really, really interesting that, you know, if anything is a little bit too easy, Erika just feels as if this mystery is just... It's just too easy, and it's just not the quality that she's actually being... You know, that she's desiring, really. It is interesting that these mysteries, though they are really, really difficult, they are just not good enough for her. And she really does possess the mindset of a witch. Like, you know, if anything isn't good enough to alleviate her boredom, she would just entirely... take it out on... She will really, really voice her dislike, let's say. It was me. Last night, up until the time of the uproar from when Battler found the gold, I was in Kinzo's study, giving the daily report. Yeah. So around 11 last night. By the way, Erika's sprite looks so cool when grayscaled. So around 11 last night, Erika chuckled significantly. Yeah. And what's your point? Ridiculous.
多分キリエさんも狙って振ったんだと思います。
Oh, that's interesting. I think Kirie-san probably did that intentionally. Am I right? Oh, that is interesting. The fact that she's actually sussed out, that Kirie has sussed out the fact that Natsuki could potentially have some sort of irregularities that may cause her to be suspicious. What? What do you mean? Yeah, by that. I hope someone might fall for it. Oh, that's interesting. I see. Thanks, Kirie-san. Oh, that's interesting. Actually, I was planning to say the same thing if you didn't. Is who the last time asked? Really last time important? Oh yeah, interesting. Just totally trying to alleviate, well, divert the attention from Natsuki. It is though, seriously, yes. That's interesting. If we take the circumstances into account, then in response to the question, who met him last, it was very often Natsuki-san to instantly answer me. Why? Oh, you are so stupid. Why would you say that? Somebody's getting fired later on. Madam told the truth without hiding anything. That is an embarrassing misread. Be quiet. Why do you think it was odd? Brilliant question. Yes. Because of the fact that maybe she is the only person that Kinzo would actually answer the door to. Because of the fact that she actually has the keys. Because of the fact that no one else actually has any means of getting in. Yeah, but why would Kinzo answer to her if he is so stubborn? Is there something particular that is a preference of Kinzo's that we don't know about? Yeah, we don't know enough to answer. Why are you so sure that no one else met Kinzo-san after 11? That's good, yeah. Well, that's because I watched as he went to bed. It's only natural to assume that he would then sleep until morning. Whatever happens, Natsuki's getting exposed by the end of this, I bet. It's only natural to assume that he would then sleep until morning and not meet with anyone. Fair, yeah. Ironically, this is true. This is true. Class of 09 moment. Considering the circumstances, it was easy to suspect the last person to spot him of having some kind of involvement with this case.
夏日さんと同じ立場だった時は最後に会ったのは私です。
Yeah, understandable, because obviously it makes you look a little bit bad. A normal person in Natsuhi-san's position wouldn't say, I was the last person to meet him. But at the same time, because of this, could Natsuhi potentially be saying it so that it looks as if she is really, really honest? I mean, it may look like she has honesty, but at the same time, that honesty may lead to her demise.
23時に会いました。
Met
と
him
は
at
言いま
11.
せんですね、キリエさん。
Right, Kiria-san?
ええ、そうよ。
Yes, that's correct.
普通の人間だったなら
A normal person would say.
23時に会ったのは私です。
Yeah, I met him at 11. It's a devil's proof whether you're the
し
last
か
one.
し、私が最後に会った人間かどうかは分か
Yeah,
りません。
Natsuhi really should have said that, because now they are going to pick up on the fact that she hasn't. However, I'm not sure I was the last person to meet him. Something like that. Yeah.
グッと
Good.
最終目撃者だと名乗ることは普通
It is,
困
yeah.
難です。
How do you necessarily know that you're the last witness? And that could potentially be indicative of the fact that you may know when Kinzo was actually killed. Claiming to be the last witness is usually quite
自
difficult.
分が目撃した後に誰も目撃できない
Yeah,
と
definitely.
確信できる理由をご存知でない限り、
That is, unless you know something that makes you sure there were no other witnesses after you.
三流ミステリーですと最終目撃者は大抵犯人で、
In third-rate mysteries, the last one to spot the victim is often the culprit.
自分が殺したのだからその後には誰とも会えるわけがないとこういう論法で進むわけです。
Luckily, this doesn't fully follow the structure of a third-rate mystery. Yeah, they killed the victim themselves so that they knew that no one else could have met the culprit later on. Yeah, is how the argument goes. Yeah. Hmm.
そんなのちょっとした言葉の言い違いではありませんか。
Couldn't that be nothing more than a minor
そんな
misspeak?
に目くじらを立てて取り立てるほど。
It's not important enough to be picked out of the blue and focused on.
そうだそうだ、そんなのは揚げ足取りだ。
Yeah, that's nothing more than nitpicking. No, I do see
そ
that,
んな
yeah.
言葉尻だけで夏日さんを疑うのはちょっと早とちりなんじゃないかね。
Isn't it a little too early to suspect Natsuki-san because of a little slip of the tongue like that? Yeah.
それに誰も目撃できないと確信できる理由とあなたはおっしゃいますが、
Furthermore, you said she'd need a reason to be sure no one else spotted
そ
the
れも
master.
もちろんあるではありませんか。
But of course, she had such a reason.
奥様は親方様がお休みになるところ
Yeah,
を
definitely,
届けられてから退出されたのです。
She left the room after seeing Master go to bed.
常識的に考えて翌朝まで誰とも会わないだろうと考えるのは自
Yeah,
然な
definitely.
ことです。
I don't disagree. Yeah, following common sense, it's perfectly natural to assume that he probably wouldn't meet anyone until the next morning.
いいえ、
No.
それが全然自然なことじゃないんです。
Oh, that's interesting. That isn't natural at all.
何しろ夏日さん、南條先生、そして熊沢さんの3人がついさっきこう証言されました。
After all, Natsuki-san, Dr. Nanjo, and Kumasawa-san all made this claim a short
これ
while
を
ago.
どうぞ思い出してください。
Please try to remember.
最後に会ったのは夏日姉さんよね。
And Natsuhine-san was the last person to meet him, right?
昨夜の11時頃
At around 11 last night.
それ以降に書斎を抜け出してどこかへ行ってしまったということなのかしら
I wonder if that meant he slipped out of the study sometime after that and went somewhere else.
それは
That's...
でもお父様は気まぐれな方
Oh, that's really good, because that totally contradicts everything that has actually been said here. Yeah, because why, with certainty, is she saying that she was actually the last person to see father here, but at the same time here, you are saying that it's open to interpretation whether he... Well, it's not open to interpretation, but it is something that could potentially happen because of the fact that he has a fickle nature, you know? It is weird, and I love that they picked up on this. Well, we must consider father's fickle
唐突
nature.
に夢で啓示を受けたと言い出して深夜に起き出してお屋敷の中を歩き回るようなこともよくありました
It wasn't at all uncommon for him to suddenly wake up in the middle of the night, claiming to have had a revelation in a dream and walk around in the mansion.
南條先生
Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo?
確かにそういうこともありましたな。
True, this has happened before.
とにかくその気まぐれな方だ。
Anyway, he is a fickle person.
なあ、熊沢さん。
Right, Kumasawa-san?
そうですわね。
That's true.
何かおかしな夢でも見て寝床を抜け出したのかもしれませんね。
Perhaps he had a strange dream and slipped out of bed.
よくあることでございますとも。
I know, that's the worst thing. Yeah, that isn't uncommon at all, yes. Somebody's entirely contradicted what they just said. Yeah.
じい様が深夜に突然
We definitely do have testimony.
よくあったと証言してるな。
Yeah, definitely. So why is Natsuhi really confident of the fact that she was the last witness? That is a really bad piece of evidence. Oh, it really works though. It's so realistic and it just makes sense as to why this could potentially be her last ever move. We definitely do have testimony that it wasn't at all uncommon for grandfather to suddenly slip out of bed late at night. Good.
バトラさん、なかなかの記憶力です。
Yeah, your memory's not bad,
つ
Batola-san.
まり、夏日さんをはじめとした後ろ宮本家の方々は
In other words, it's common knowledge to those in the Ushidomiya head house, Natsuhi-san included.
金蔵さんが深夜に気まぐれに起き出して徘徊する可能性があり得ることをよくご存知でした。
When thinking of an excuse that, you know, that Natsuhi was the last person, for why Natsuhi was actually the last person to be alive, the excuse doesn't add up because of the fact that Kinzo has a really fickle and unpredictable nature and it's completely contradicted it of what's been said before. It should be common knowledge, and yet because of the fact that she's basically made this up on a whim, and she hasn't followed the common knowledge that actually should be considered, so that could be indicative of the fact that it is improvised what she has said. Because she has just forgotten a fact that is so big. But at the same time, it could also be indicative of the fact that she is stressed and she is trying to come up with an answer on the spot. You can't necessarily prove that it's incriminating.
そしてそれはよくあることだと認識されていました。
On top of that, they are aware that this happens. Yeah, happens
おかしい
quite
じゃない。
often. Oh yeah, Eva obviously using her grudge against Natsuhi as fuel for this. Yeah, isn't that odd?
お父様がよく夜中に徘徊することがあると知っていながら
If you knew your father often wanders around at night.
朝まで寝床を絶対に抜け出さないなんて
Exactly, yeah.
確信できるわけがないわ。
If you knew your father often wanders around at night, there's no way you could be certain that he'd stay in his bed until morning. Exactly, yeah. Right?
確かに三流ミステリーだな。
It really is like a third-rate mystery.
ラストの5分で犯人がいつから自分が犯人だと分かってたのか。
You know, that thing they do in the last 5 minutes.
探偵が答えそうなシチュエーションだ。
Oh, yeah, yeah, yep. Where the culprit asks, when did you first realize it was me? And the detective answers.
ですよね。
Seriously.
だからげんなりしてます。
That's why I feel let down.
これで本当に夏日さんが犯人だったら、お茶の間ミステリー以下ですから。
God, somebody's gonna be disappointed. If it turns out Natsuhi-san really is the culprit, it would be worse than a TV mystery.
だから私、夏日さんの疑いを真っ先に晴らしたいんです。
Oh, that is interesting. You're not going to be able to. That's why I want to clear away the suspicion surrounding Natsuhi-san as soon
こ
as
の
I
ミ
can.
ステリーが三流じゃないってことを一番最初に確かめたくて。
Well, you won't be able to do anything else. But what I do find really, really interesting is that solving Natsuhi and her, you know, crime-related things, that is only the part of the mystery. You know, there is so much more. Natsuhi could not have done any of the murders that have actually happened regarding, you know, Jessica's lot, because obviously we've seen where she has been. She hasn't been anywhere near the guest house. But at the same time, I mean, maybe she could have been in there while she was asleep. Well, we thought she was asleep and we haven't been shown it. But at the same time, I think it's very unlikely. But I really, really do. And obviously her reaction to Jessica as well. You really think that she'd have that reaction if she'd killed her. But to be fair, people can fake them. But still, I think it's unlikely to be her. Basically, solving Natsuhi is not part of all of the puzzle. I do wonder what Erika's going to think when actually trying to solve the other mysteries, or if she's just going to blame everything on Natsuhi. Oh. Yeah, it is understandable that she is really stressed out. Ooh. Oh yeah, good thing to remember Beatrice's words. There's no need to get anxious, Natsuhi. This is the classic word game used by detective wannabes. What exactly is her point? But, yeah, that is understandable. Yeah. How could she possibly corner you with this accusation alone? Yeah. That's good, yeah. In the courts of hell, all of the demon jurors will declare you innocent. The courts of hell? What the fuck? So calm down and don't get flustered. It may be true that Aunt Natsuhi looks suspicious when you say it like that. Yeah, that is understandable. It does sound like they're nitpicking, but at the same time it is important, because it does actually reveal that she was improvising. But we know that they can't. Still, it sounds like you're just nitpicking to me. I don't disagree with it ever, but it is suspicious. Isn't it just really interesting to think that, you know, this conflict really is going to either make them more inviting to the truth, or the entire opposite. It really will do. Yeah, it's one extreme or the other, but it is suspicious. Isn't this more than enough reason to suspect Natsuhine-san's hiding something?
全くの言いがかりです。
Yeah, of all the unfair
それに
accusations.
卑怯ですよ、エヴァさん。
And how cowardly of you, Eva-san.
私が23時に確かにここにいたことは他ならばあなたが証明できるではありませんか。
You're the sole person who can confirm I really was here at 11, weren't you? Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
そうですか、エヴァさん。
Oh yeah, is this true, Eva-san? Oh, you are a dumbass. Yeah.
あら、そうだったかしら。
Oh, did that happen?
ごめんなさいね。
I'm sorry.
何しろあの時は黄金が見つかったと気が動転してい
Yeah,
たから。
definitely, yeah. Yeah, just try and make an excuse. You really think detectives are going, or wannabe detectives are going to be able to make, are going to be able to think of that? Yeah. At that time, I was losing my head because of the recently discovered gold.
今の今まで夏日姉さんに会ったの忘れていたわ。
Well, yeah, I'm sure about that, yeah. It is really interesting that you can either suspect Eva for being a really, really convincing murder suspect, or, judging by from how she said this, you can think more on the lines she wanted to get Natsuhi incriminated because of a grudge. But at the same time, she is literally putting further risk to the incrimination of herself, just so that Natsuhi can get incriminated. It's awful.
Yeah, エヴァさんが夏日さんが
Yeah,
23
definitely,
時
yeah.
の目撃者であることを証明できるのですね。
So, Eva-san, you can confirm that Natsuhi-san was a witness at 11.
ええ、残念なことにね。
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, of course you won't be able to get the person you hate, you know,
夏
behind
日姉
bars.
さんの言い分を一部は認めることができるわ。
Yeah, that's good for Natsuhi. I'm able to acknowledge that one part of Natsuhi-ne-san's story. Yeah.
この部屋から出てきたということだけはね。
Yeah, but only that she came out of this room.
何が言いたいのですか。
What are you implying?
私が言いたいのはこういうことよ。
Oh, I'll tell you.
いいえ、ずっと前から言いたかったの。
Interesting. In fact, I've wanted to say this for a long time
こ
now.
んな悲惨な殺人事件の真っ最中にこんなことを言い出すのは本当に場違いだと分かっているけれど、
I do realise it's improper to bring this up in the middle of such a tragic
今
murder
が
case.
ちょうどいいタイミングだから言わ
Oh
せてちょうだい。
no. What is this? That the timing now is just too
分
perfect.
かってるわよね。
You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
夏日姉さん。
Oh shit, Natsuhi-ne-san. The servants gulped and held their breaths. It seemed that they hadn't been able to hide it after all. What is it? Oh, yeah, definitely. I really do wonder what is actually going to happen here. God, I really do wonder what is actually going to be what's going to be brought up. It sounds like something of awful severity is, you know, being mentioned here. In the middle of this heavy silence, Eva fingered her trump card. Yeah, definitely, yeah. And that's how he tried to act calm. Oh, I don't really think that's gonna work for long. Both space and time grew heavy as lead and swallowed up everything.
金蔵さんっていつからいらっしゃられないんですか？
You've got to be kidding me. Is that actually what Eva was thinking of? I'm just going to have a little break for a second. But yeah. Why am I saving? I'm literally going to play it again. What am I doing? Okay, right, I'm back now. And, yeah, let's get this party of basically either Natsuhi being caught and her life being ruined started. Or maybe I don't know, just more evidence in general. I just find it so ironic to think that, you know, Eva was... The things that Eva has actually been saying have been entirely guessed by Erika. This is going to be interesting. So, just when did Kinzo-san disappear, I wonder? Erika's words, spoken almost casually, tore that atmosphere to pieces like shattering glass. Yep. Wait, which atmosphere though? The one Natsuhi has of, you know, trying to act calm. Has her fake calm act completely hit the roof now because of the fact that it's just impossible to do? Or maybe this is something that the servants can feel a sense of relief of for some reason. Erika's words, spoken almost casually, tore apart that atmosphere. It's pieces like shattering glass. But yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, because obviously if you then tie that into it... Yeah, simply put, we haven't met him once at the family conference this year or last. That's right. Yeah, we suspected it since last year. Yeah, seeing as how my son and the others have just been killed, this may not be the time or place to press you on this. Yeah. You've got to abandon all respect to others because, you know, you need to get this answer. But there's a chance that this has something to do with the crime, so pressing you is what we'll do. Exactly. There is entirely a motive, and they know the motive. Yeah, it's possible that you have a motive for hiding father's death. You're right to think that it's monetary problems. You're wrong to think it's something as ridiculous as that. Jesus Christ. It's possible that you have a motive for hiding father's death. We have reason to suspect that you're embezzling his assets. God. Kraus is not Nazis. Well, Kraus's would, but at the same time it would have a really bad effect on Natsuhi, and then it would make the Ushinomiya family name just totally desecrated. If father were to die, an investigation would be conducted for the distribution of the assets and your embezzlement would be exposed. Jesus, did you hear how hostile that was? Fucking hell. That's why you hid the fact that father's already dead. I see. Yeah, definitely, yeah, that's more than enough for the why done it. Yeah. This keeps on getting more and more third rate. Oh, boring. It's just, isn't it just so interesting to think that, you know, Natsuhi's life has basically just been being entirely defeated and destroyed just for the purpose of this person's entertainment. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. You say I'm hiding the head's death? Yeah, obviously it's reckless, but it is going on the right lines, and you know it! And I certainly won't forgive such a reckless accusation. That's right. Ooh. That's bad, because that could maybe give indication that the servants are actually in on it. That could be like a little reminder for people to think like that. In addition to Madam, the other servants take care of the master on a daily basis and they see him all the time. Genji-san, Shannon-san, and Kanon-kun. Even Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san meet with him often. You are an actual fucking idiot. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, you've just invalidated everything that has been said here. Well done. And you have made it even worse. Be quiet, Gorda. My apologies. Yeah.
夏日さん以外の目撃者はすべて御用関係にある使用人だけではありませんか。
Yeah. And that is what I actually predicted. On all of the witnesses besides Natsuhi-san, servants employed by her. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
本当に三流。くだらない。くだらない。がっかりですよ、夏日さん。だからもう断じてしまおうと思います。
God, so you used money to make them follow your story. Oh man, this really is third rate. Pitiful. I'm disappointed, Natsuhi-san, so I guess I have to finish this now. Isn't it just so funny to think that Natsuhi's entire mystery is not only being discussed here and discovered, but it's just being totally, you know, slandered by her. It's hilarious. Finish what? Ooh, Ushinomiya Kinzo-san. You have got to be kidding me. What is it, uninvited guest? Oh, yeah, you don't exist, do you? Fair enough, yeah, definitely, yeah. You don't exist. You're a ghost whose death was concealed by those humans who didn't want it known because of the inheritance. That's absurd that she's got that. I just find it really interesting that she's so confident that she's actually got the right answer, that, you know, she's firstly acting as if she's got the right answer, but secondly, acting as if, you know, commenting on what they have done. I mean, my god, it's just so funny to think that she doesn't even need confirmation. Everything fits together so easily that it's just kind of disappointing when it actually does, because of the fact that it wasn't what she was expecting. You don't exist, do you? You're a ghost whose death was concealed by those humans who didn't want it known because of the inheritance. Oh my god, that laugh! Jesus Christ. Ghosts are supposed to quickly pass on to the next world. Fair, yeah. I love that you're just basically making it so that entirely invalidating the existence of somebody and yet still caring to be a little bit respectful. Ghosts are supposed to quickly pass on to the next world. Even though this is the first time we've met, I've yet to give you a proper greeting. My apologies. Oh my god, her eyes. Good day, pleased to meet you. And goodbye. Ooh. Oh yes, I fucking love this song. Oh my god, nice. So close to Erika's face that you could barely have wedged a sheet of paper between them. Beltor's pipe came to a sudden stop. Have a good day to you too. I'm the Ushinomiya family alchemist, Beatrice the God. I'll be your opponent in this fight from here on out. That's interesting, so are they going to have a logic battle? Yeah. Glad to meet you, I'm the detective of this game, Furudo Erika. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And now goodbye. Yeah, you're a little bit too confident to be able to, you know, make Beatrice go away just by saying goodbye. So you're Lady Bonecastle's next piece after Angie. Yeah, I'm afraid I didn't get to fight with her to my satisfaction in the end. Fair. I'm glad I'll be able to lock horns with you this time. Lady Bonecastle's piece. My master is almighty omnipotent. A fool like you couldn't even begin to compare with her. To be fair, I do see what she's saying. I accept your challenge. You really are calm. Oh my god, yeah, that is a fair question. That is a fair point, actually. Yeah, even though a witch has appeared before you and is about to fight with magic and fantasy. If you were battler, you'd be lying on the ground screaming that this can't possibly be a mystery anymore. That is fair. Yeah, even in the mystery genre, parallel universes like this have gotten pretty popular lately. Yeah. You know about pure reasoning space and all that. Ayatsuji Yukito doesn't make his debut until next year. You sure are picky for a witch? What? You have got to be kidding me. So that's actually really interesting. So wait, what's the thing called? It's a pure reasoning space. Wait, so when was it actually released? Oh, 1781. It was originally. Oh wait, no, that's a different book. Yep, of course, getting the most unrelated ass searches possible. Alright, it doesn't actually look like. Oh, right. Yeah, I don't know, I can't really find much. Yeah. God, I love this theme so much. It really provokes me and, you know, just gives so much action. It's good. She is calm though, I see that. You know, she will accept any challenge whatsoever. As long as she is being challenged and her intellect is being questioned, boom, that's all she needs. Oh, that's actually really quite funny to think that... It's really quite funny to think that Erika, by having been, you know, part of the witch's game, she has literally been able to read books from the future. You think you're on the same level as a witch. But at the same time, what if she beats you? There is no necessary saying that she won't. You think you're on the same level as a witch? Don't be so full of yourself, you mere human! When Berto snapped her fingers, something bounced around the room at terrifying speed. What the fuck? Oh my god! It was the stake of the witch. You have got to be kidding me. So... Oh yeah, a witch's wedge that contained the power of the blue truth within it. Of course, a mere human like Erika couldn't follow that terrible speed with her eyes. Yeah. Erika understood this, so she didn't attempt to look every which way, stupidly trying to spot it. Eat this. Wait, what? You have got to be kidding me. She's actually going to try and just kill her like that. What? That's so surprising. That is interesting because of the fact that Angie has actually been able to summon the witches without being fully believing in magic, but also being able to deny it at the same time. I suppose somebody, if you can deny magic and yet you can still summon these, it shows that it does have blue that could potentially... You may not be totally safe if you have the power of the blue truth. That's cool. Eat this, fool! You've got to be kidding me. So, oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. What? With the terrible sound, Elizabeth's blue steak buried itself into Erika's right collarbone. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? It pierced all the way through her back. What? Elizabeth spun around and rebounded, landed in front of Bertha, and vanished with a shrill look. What? Erika wasn't blown back. But she had been run through by the blue wedge. You have got to be kidding me. So she's basically had something that has entirely gone through her body from the collarbone to the back. And yet she's not in pain? I'm sorry, but what? So this is that so-called blue truth. Well then, let me hear your views. Sorry, I've got to clean my eyes. Clean my eyes. Well, I kinda am. You can't... Sorry, my eyes are really bad. I've just got to... You can't deny the possibility that Natsuki went with Kinzo at 11. True, because of Eva. True. During the 6 hours or more before you push your way into the study, Kinzo had many chances to escape from it. By the way, I just genuinely can't believe that Beatrice and Erika, they're just casually having this battle in front of everyone. Because of this, you can't say decisively that Kinzo doesn't exist. Yeah, true, yeah. Bertha announced that with an expression worthy of her title was a... I see that, yeah. Erika was silent. Was she too shocked to speak? There was no anguish in her expression. Yeah, because obviously this is what Erika does. She listens with a completely neutral standpoint and then she does what she does best and counteracts it. She was just quietly listening to Bertha's blue truth. No judging by her disdainful expression. It's probably more appropriate to say that Bertha's words went in one ear and out the other. Good. Let's start with the classic moves. By the way, this thing is really is stuck good. Oh yeah, I can't take it out. God, that must hurt. I just genuinely don't understand how she isn't feeling so much more pain. Yeah, she tried pulling from the front and the back of the blue wedge that pierced her, but it didn't budge an inch. However, her indifferent, relaxed expression didn't budge an inch either. That surprises me so much. You can't take it out. The blue truth can only be defeated by the red truth. Exactly, though, that's the worst thing. This is the thing, I don't really understand how this is going to be defeated then. Could it maybe be the fact that Erika's just going to try and deny the blue truth? For one such as yourself, I guess who came to this island at most a day ago, there was no truth that can possibly be known. Yeah, no, I see that. That means there exists no red that you can use. Is it? In other words, this is checkmate. Oh my god. You...
なるほど。
I feel like Beatrice at the moment is having Battler's confidence. You know, just so much confidence. You know, with such a bold expression and no hint of uncertainty, saying that it is the case that you have won. But at the same time, that could so easily be shattered. Who knows though? I see.
ここはそういう空間ですか。
Yes, that's what kind of space this is.
なら魔女と戦うにふさわしい駒が必要ということですね。
In that case, I'll need a piece suitable for fighting a witch.
私は探偵。
I'm the detective.
人間の犯人を相手にするのを役目としましょう。
Fair. Yeah, so who's actually going to take on the witch culprit? My role is to take on the human
あな
culprit.
たは魔女。
You're the witch.
魔女やら悪魔やらを相手にする役目なら。
Is that Burn or new character? And does that exist? And there does exist a fitting beast to use against witches and demons.
ご紹介しましょう。
Let me introduce you.
ミス・ドラノール。
Oh yeah. Oh, Mr.
あな
Lana.
たの出番のようです。
This is one of the characters that I am the most interested in finding out about. Oh my god. A very, very menacing organ sound. Ooh. I could tell just from that beginning that this is going to be a good track. Looks like it's your turn. Wait, so Beatrice is really, really provoked by that. Interesting.
やっぱりね。いつか絶対に持ってくる駒だと思ってたわ。
I thought that was certain you'd bring that piece in sooner or later.
魔女を狩る銃のくさび。魔女狩り大司教ドラノール。
Yeah, the 10 wedges with which to hunt witches. The Archbishop of Witch Hunting, Lana. Hmm.
悪魔との戦いにこれほどふさわしい駒はいないわ。
There's no more fitting piece in a battle against demons.
私の分身たるエリカに魔女の最大の天敵ドラノール。
I have my double, Erika, and the greatest natural enemy of witches, Delana.
私は2つのループで今やセブンスランクを支配したの。
I've now taken control of the 7th rank with my 2
見
rooks.
せてもらうわよ。ラムダデルタ、そしてベアトリーチェ。
Let me show you Lambda Delta and you too,
あ
Beatrice.
んたたちの無駄なあがきよね。
Now you'll see how useless your struggling is. Oh my god, this is going to be really quite something. So, oh, here she is. My god! Her eyes, Jesus God. It is really, really interesting that this person, I mean, my god, just from those eyes. I think if you could tell that these aren't menacing eyes of no mercy, then, you know, what the fuck are they? Genuinely. Interesting little bit of an outfit here. Keys? Maybe keys as in justice, or keys as in detective related? I don't know, just linking it to detectives, or... A very interesting little outfit, though. Oh no, don't tell me. Don't tell me it's the Yukishi classic. Oh, she isn't actually here. Oh, we haven't read this. Ooh. I'll read that later. Oh my god, I can't believe this though. Delana's actually here though. I am so interested to see her personality. So she is going to be the person who validates the red truth for Erika. This is going to be an ultimate logic battle, and yeah, I just need to see how long, like if I have time to read it real quick. Hold up a sec. I hope I do. Like, I really do. Right. Oh. Okay, this looks really, really long, so I think I'll do this tomorrow. But yeah, let's just do a little bit of reading. I'll read until the logic battle actually begins, and then we'll read that all tomorrow. Yeah, Sean Brightly, and the piece Erika had guided there showed its form. Yeah. That form resembled a clergy member. Oh, perfectly suited for confronting an evil witch. Yeah, fair enough, actually. Yeah, that's interesting. So these people were... Is Lana basically the church? It's a pleasure to meet you. Delana A. Knox is my name. To be honest, I thought that was going to be a way more menacing tone of voice. But at the same time, just from that tone of voice, we could tell that it's a real... It's a really, really emotionless tone, as seen from her eyes. This indicates unbiased nature, like the red truth is. No compassion or any alteration of the truth is allowed. It's a pleasure to meet you. Delana A. Knox is my name. Yeah. A, what is the A short for? Does it say here? It doesn't. Wow. The Great Court of Heaven. Oh my god. Even though this space was like... this space was just like a bomb waiting to go off. She introduced herself in a neat and frank manner. Oh, I know. It's really surprising. That shows professionalism, like that of a lawyer. Her out-of-place appearance. Oh my god, yeah, completely different from those demons and witches. Felt blatantly odd and had a kind of severity to it. Fair, yeah. This is the first time I met you, but I've heard all the rumours. So this doesn't truly feel like a first meeting. Fair enough, actually, yeah. It's just like whenever you meet somebody you've really idolised on the internet or something. What? The same goes for me, Miss... Why does she say me in capitals? Is it emphasising the Japanese? Miss Beatrice. That's really quite odd that she uses Miss Beatrice as opposed to Bertorice-sama. Same goes for me, Miss Beatrice. The detailed materials Eisen Jungfrau has on you are summarised in 600 pages. Jesus Christ. I always read such reports, so this doesn't feel like a first meeting to me either. Oh my god. The Secretary of Hell could summarise those 600 pages into 6 letters. Allow me to ask. Danger. A fitting summary. When I return, I will summarise the materials on you using only 2 letters more. Out of respect. Oh, that's interesting. so I'm cute now. She doesn't realise, does she? Oh my god, that is hilarious. You're too polite, my guest. Oh, of course I don't actually mention what the fuck is actually going to happen to her. Beatrice, this is why you pay attention in English class. Then let us continue. Miss Beatrice. Oh, that's interesting. Aye, Delana, the head inquisitor of heresy. Do humbly accept my role as your opponent. And the first move is over. If you can't remove that blue edge from that Furudo Erika over there. Then you might as well toss it back up to heaven and get back to your usual boring job of stamping forms. Please do something about this wedge thing. Oh no. I kind of get the impression with Delana combined with Erika, you know, with the red truth and her detective's intuition and for her graphic memory as well. That's probably going to be really quite useful. You know, she is going to go down. I really do wonder what's actually going to happen regarding the fight though, because I kind of get the impression that it is going to be epic whatever happens. Please do something about this wedge thing. It looks like Beatrice-san thinks he's already achieved checkmate with this alone. After making a show of tapping her finger on the blue wedge that pierced her, Erika shrugged as though taunting Beatrice. Oh my god, yeah, I find it really quite funny that everybody's just watching this in shock. Beatrice. It's okay, I'm just toying with her a bit. What the fuck? She is literally saying this in front of everybody? I'm just toying with her a bit. After all, if things get bad, I can grab Kinzo and run out of here whenever I want. Can you really with Delana there? I can leave this room at any time and go anywhere. Yeah, that is useless. Now that you've met up with me, this is your demise. Yeah, that's interesting. Escape will not be permitted, none can escape. Oh, but the only thing is, obviously, they are... This is a different context. FR's thinking... FR's misinterpreting it. True, we can't deny that it would be possible for Father to suddenly wake up and go somewhere. But you know what? I can say for sure that such a thing couldn't have happened. You know why? How could I know? Are you trying to say... I think I might actually stop now, so, yeah, we'll... Obviously everything's set up for tomorrow, so yeah, we're gonna see the logic battle tomorrow. Oh my god, I hope this is gonna be fun. This really is gonna be so new as well. Delana, she seems like a deadly character, genuinely. I think she's gonna be really interesting. Right, this is going to be a really, really interesting read. So, yeah, let's firstly... Right, this is going to be really quite interesting, so... To be honest, in logic battles as extreme as this, that must be really inconvenient. Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. I see that, yeah. Right, this is going to be really interesting. What the fuck is that outfit? Jesus Christ, why did it have to be so revealing? Like, what is the actual point of making that outfit so revealing? That is weird. Right, this is going to be really quite interesting, so... Oh my god. Death sentence Lana! That is really, really interesting, that Beatrice could potentially be totally executed. And when execution occurs, I don't really think she is taking this lightly. I think she is genuinely meaning full execution. Oh, that's interesting. So, any case that Delana's actually in is a case that's fully proven to be deserving of, you know, death, really. Oh, that's interesting, yeah. Fair enough. That's actually really interesting. So, whoever she is, you know, she is bloody powerful with, you know, dispatching her can basically mean a death sentence is going to happen. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it doesn't really surprise me. She seems like she's good at her job. I don't know, I really do wonder. We haven't really seen her much. We haven't really seen any of her potential flaws, but I don't know. Oh, that is interesting. That's interesting. God, that's horrible. Oh my god, I missed the biggest part. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's absurd. God, so, yeah, this person is, you know, undeniably damaged. But at the same time, if she is objectively damaged, but she doesn't see herself as damaged, then obviously she isn't really as damaged as we would have normally thought. Or maybe she could obviously recognise the fact that she is really damaged, but because of the fact that her heart hasn't actually... She doesn't think her heart has also died. It's not really as bad. But at the same time, this could be a really bad change of emotions. Maybe her emotions have changed so badly that, you know, it's as if she doesn't even notice that they're there. And I do see that in the totally emotionless way she is actually conducting herself. All of these are the same, I think. Yeah, that's going to be really, really interesting learning about Delana and Yeah, I feel like this is where Umineko really is going to... It's going to be different. I feel like the story... I feel like it's actually really quite apparent that the story is really focusing more on a mystery aspect as opposed to magic more now. Now it's just more focusing on, you know, the fact that... well, when I say mystery, I mean... It really is focusing on the fact that there is... It's not magic. It's not a murder that has been done by magic in what... Or at least that's what should be the case. It's focusing more on how the murder can actually be disproved and how the magic can be disproved rather than the magic itself and rather than Beatrice. But this is the thing, because of the fact that the game board is ran by a completely different person, all of the things in the story have totally changed. And it is going to be really quite interesting to see, obviously, this logic battle tomorrow. It seems really long and big, so I'm quite excited for it. And it's just going to be really quite funny to think that all of the people in the family, they're just going to be able to see these absurd things happening. It would probably be unreal to them, but no. Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see how not only like a logic battle with witches is happening, but also a logic battle with the people, and nearly everyone who is actually in the mansion is going to be there. It's going to be really quite something, I bet. And you know, we're probably going to get furniture in there, maybe even more new characters, who knows. And it's going to be quite interesting to see. Today was actually really quite good. I liked, you know, just the whole stuff regarding Rudolph actually getting in. That was cool. And, you know, just the stuff in general about Natsuki, you know, getting a little bit more character for the servants, especially Gorda. We haven't really seen the most on him, so it was cool just to see, you know, how absurdly bad he is at keeping a secret and just trying to say anything to gain approval. It's really quite funny. And, yeah, I mean... I do kind of get the impression that, I don't know, I just feel like, things are going to get really interesting. I mean, I don't really understand what the logic battles are going to be like in the end, though, because obviously, how is Battler going to face the logic battles? It's going to be really interesting to see how they differ from, you know, Battler to, and Lambda, or Burn as well, probably, to Beatrice and Battler. I do wonder how they will change. And you know, it's interesting seeing Gap's involvement, and I loved, you know, just seeing everything regarding Erika's personality. Stuff about Battler disproving Erika, that was funny. And yeah, it was just really quite cool just to see the events before that have kind of led up to this, really. And yeah. But I love the stuff regarding Natsuki because it seemed so obvious that she was the culprit, because obviously everything regarding what had happened with the faked the knowledge that she had of the fact that everything was actually at the last time she had actually seen Kinzo. How did she necessarily know that it was the last time? And it was just really interesting to see though it was as if she had totally disproved what had happened. You know, she kind of incriminated herself by hiding the fact that she had disproven it. So could that potentially mean she had some involvement? It's going to be very interesting to see this purely unbiased view and loads of ridiculous arguments that will satisfy blue truths being told in, you know, places where humans are actually present. I really do wonder if the twisted logic is actually going to make it so that the people there are just totally dumbfounded. It's going to cause fights no matter what happens, because this twisted logic will have really bad impacts in their relationships, really. Because I'd assume that it is going to be very unbiased, and we all know what happens with unbiased things. Yeah, so I do wonder what we're going to be doing tomorrow. I hope it's going to be cool tomorrow. And yeah. In general, I just really wonder how this story is actually going to progress. I mean, we have loads of ideas of how it's going to progress, but I kind of get the impression this is going to be like more like a roller coaster ride, this story, than you know, any of the other stories have been before. Okay, maybe not episode 4, but still. Well, it's going to be like episode 4. It's going to be a roller coaster ride, but for a different reason, if you get what I mean. So, yeah, I really hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you next time.